No, this is really.
Oh, you can hear, yes, you can hear. Yeah. So Councillor Tauriki will be able to.
So Councillor probably will hear us.
That's great. All right. Are we ready to get started?
It's online.
No, he's not online at the moment.
No, all right. Just gonna say that he's got back.
Okay. Okay. Right. Well, let's get started. Welcome, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Yesterday we went around the table, introduced ourselves, and obviously you weren't here yesterday. So, can I just ask before we start your evidence, if you can just introduce yourself and. Yep.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Councillor Sarah Thompson. I'm a councillor for the West Ward, and I've been on Hamilton City Council now for around 5 years. And I have 2 children and live over in Hamilton Central near the hospital.
Thank you. Dr. Hewison, are you ready to
Proceed.
or proceed? Or yes?
Yeah. So we do have a preliminary matter we wish to raise. And with respect to the committee and particularly Councillor Wilson, we just wanted to raise that having a councillor in the committee and having councillors who are objectors does raise the appearance of an issue. We weren't. Certainly I don't recall being made aware prior to the hearing that was going to be the case. And if I think we'd been made aware of that, we would have encouraged the committee to find an alternate. And no, again, no disrespect. You've asked some wonderful questions, but I just think from an appearance point of view, it just doesn't feel right and appropriate to have councillor objectors on one side of the table and essentially a fellow councillor on the quasi-judicial body. It's probably, in a sense, something that we've kind of gone perhaps past the point where we could address that.
Yes.
But certainly, we'd just like to encourage the DLC in future, in particular, just to be aware that appearance does raise questions. It probably raises questions in the community. Certainly from an applicant point of view, I think there's also, I mean, we haven't heard from Ms. Rawcliffe, but just some uneasiness about, about that situation. So I just wanted to put that on the table. In retrospect, if we'd known a few weeks ago, we probably would have raised it in sort of submissions, but now, through part of the hearing, and I leave it in your hands as to how you want to progress.
Yes. Well, no, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Look, the thing here is that this is a subcommittee of the council, and my understanding is that previously, when we have, councillors who are, have appeared in subcommittees where other councillors have sat on the committee, likewise RMA hearings as well. I don't have an issue with councillors sitting on the DLC, even when there is a councillor objector. And it is my practice from now on going forward is that whether there is a councillor objector or not, I will still have a councillor or councillors, because as you know, we've got another councillor who's been appointed recently, who will sit on a DLC committee to determine these applications, unless there is an actual conflict, then I don't have any issues. And I don't have any issues with Councillor Wilson sitting on this committee.
Thank you, sir. So, I appreciate in somewhere in the decision, you make that statement or be clear about what your position is, so that we can reflect on it. Should the license, whichever way the license goes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But going forward, you can expect to see Councillor Wilson and Councillor Donovan sitting on these sort of hearings.
Well, they're also councillor objectors.
Yes.
Okay. I might discuss that with some other councillors, and
that's entirely for you. Yeah. But for now, Councillor Wilson remains.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you ready to proceed?
I was just going to add one thing. This has been the practice for the last few years that I've been involved, that there has been councillors sitting.
Yep.
When there's been councillor objectors, quite
Yep.
commonly, the councillors are the only objectors.
Yep.
And I suppose the other point is Dr. Hewitson was online yesterday, and should have raised this right at the outset. We've had a significant amount of time of waiting around. We're now ready to do evidence, and we're spending more time doing that.
Yep, and there is a new commissioner on this committee, and things will change. And they have changed, and I'd like to see those changes. All right?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, should we hear councillor Thompson's, well, sorry, so I did want to make opening submissions, but just in terms of availability of the councillors, we've got Mr. Councillor Tauriki coming at 12:30, and it might be useful for me to wait and give those after you've heard from the two councillors rather than intervene now and have things slow down.
Yes, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Agencies? All right,
Yep, okay.
thank you. Can we have councillor Thompson this morning?
Please state your full name for the record.
Sarah Lorraine Thompson.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, councillor Thompson, you pre-filed evidence, and that's on pages 147 of the bundle. Can you please confirm that the evidence you pre-filed is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If there's any kind of particular points that you'd like to make, having heard some of the evidence so far, you're welcome to make some points, or if you like, we can go directly to questions.
Just go directly to questions.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Sergeant.
Me. Okay, if I can take you, Ms. Thompson, to paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8.
In particular, you refer to one of the directors advocated for a meeting attendees to support the off license. Do you know who the director was that was at that meeting?
Mr. Damon Brett.
Ms. Thompson, you've also referred to being involved in the smugglers' liquor opposition. In the process of that opposition, what did you do around visiting the community in the area prior to that hearing?
Prior to that hearing, so I spent a lot of time, did a very thorough walkabout in terms of understanding amenity issues. So I took extensive photos from my visit in terms of alcohol-related litter and graffiti and damage in the area. And in terms of other community consultation, I didn't speak to other organisations at the time.
And since the closure of the supermarket in end of June, beginning of July, and then the closing of the bottle store at 1st of December, have you revisited the area?
Yes.
And tell us what you've seen different.
So I spent, I've revisited the area, but this morning I went and did a thorough walkabout again, walking down the same areas around the park, the Western Community Centre car park and area, the car park, the whole car park area for the shopping mall, and then up and down probably 100 metres each way of various streets, and looking for alcohol-related litter and trying to be as thorough as possible. And I was surprised to find I only found 3 items, 1 vodka cruiser, 1 can of beer, some kind of draft brand, and 1 bottle, which actually I took a photo of it, it was some kind of RTD. And beyond that, I didn't see, compared to last time, and there's a whole extensive range of photos from my evidence in smugglers and from my witness in smugglers. At that point, easily there were probably 13 instances of litter in that vicinity when I walked around, and over 20 when the witness walked around, plus a lot of very small pieces of glass, bottle caps, etc., that were obviously quite new, along with a lot of those nitrous oxide little tanks. This time round, I only saw one of those. Last time I saw at least a couple of large.
I'm just concerned that we're bringing in evidence from another hearing that got tested
So
then and findings were then, and now we're having oral evidence on this. It's difficult when, if we're going to review all the evidence, make a comparison, I think it should all be before the committee and we rerun all that evidence again, because there's been allegations made about how many instances which was challenged at the hearing and findings made.
Yep. And it'll be a matter for us to determine whether what Councillor Thompson is talking about is relevant to what we have to decide. So I'll just let her keep talking about it.
I would add that this is what Mrs. Thompson has seen before, and no different to the questions that have asked other witnesses. What have they seen before? What have they seen after?
Keep going.
So it was noticeable. Like, I was surprised at how little I found as
Again, going back to the time before the licenses were stopped and to now, youth around the area, particularly around the park behind, which got the youth facility, the skateboard park, mostly predominantly youth orientated. What differences have you noticed?
I mean, my main difference from visually is there's less graffiti. Like, I was again surprised at the lack of graffiti I saw in the area this morning when I walked around.
To the best of your knowledge, does the applicant know who you are?
Yes.
Have you ever had any communication with them?
Yes. The applicant, so recently the applicant called and then messaged to ask to meet, but I replied to him to say, could you please go through Dr. Grant Hewison with anything? So I declined to meet in person. I have seen the applicant at the FIFO hearing, and also back a few years ago, as noted, when there was a Pris Street application, there was a community meeting at the Glenview Community Centre where there was information provided on the notice and how to object and things like that, and the applicant spoke at that meeting. So I didn't, and from memory, I didn't engage directly, but I heard the applicant speak at length.
But the applicant hasn't been in contact with you at the time of lodging or just prior to lodging this application?
I know the applicant called once and then later messaged. I can't remember if that first call was before or after. I'd have to look back.
No further questions.
Thank you. Medical Officer of Health.
Just one question, because in your brief evidence, you touched a lot on vulnerability and suitability and threshold and deprivation in the community. Pulling back and looking at the community as a whole, in your view, has there been, or how has alcohol affected the social dynamics of that area? To put it into context, before, during, and now. So
yeah, no, I think that is a difficult one for me to answer, because I would need access to data which I don't have easily, in terms of, for example, having data around whether it be health or crime-related statistics or the amount of people going for assistance to local groups. So I'm not, that's,
I'll reframe that. I don't mean in terms of data, I mean in terms of you answered to the sergeant saying you've been to the area.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to ask is the feel, the way people behave around the area before, now, and during the close. What have you noticed? That's exactly what I'm trying to ask, not the.
yeah. I think that's a question that is better put to those objectors who are residents or spend a lot of time in the area. I personally, I visit Nawton for various things, like to go to the community centre or an event, or I've spent a lot of time in there through election times, walking every street. But you know, I'm not there on a weekly or daily basis. So I don't think I'm the best person to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector?
Hi, just a couple of quick questions. How, so you've given evidence that the problems and the rubbish and everything has gone down in Nawton in the last 12 months, 6 months. Are you familiar with the Dinsdale area, which is the next closest shopping centre?
Yes.
And how would you compare what's happened there in the last 12 months?
I don't think I'd be in a good position because I haven't done the thorough kind of walkabout and comparison that I have in regard to this area.
Okay. That's fine. One of the previous witness, I asked how many businesses were in the Nawton Mall, and I think she said about 9. I did count and thought it was about 12. And she also gave evidence there's 3 licensed premises. So that makes it 25% of the businesses selling alcohol. What's your opinion on that ratio?
So in the Nawton Mall area itself, there's just currently the Tavern. There's FIFO has applied for a license. We don't know what that will be, and even if it's declined, one would expect they may try again in the future. There's Avalon, Black Bull currently is the next closest one, which is a couple of minutes drive. So yeah, in my view, particularly if the supermarket ends up with a license, then that's already
could go back to 3.
That's already enough accessibility in my view in terms of licensed premises. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Yes. You talked about visiting, you just visited today, is that right? So you didn't visit before hearing the evidence that we've got here?
I have been there before.
But not for the purposes of what you've just given
Not
us
for a
evidence about.
thorough walkabout, but I did do a walkabout actually when we went to the FIFO hearing, but this time I went all across the park and everything. That's my
And you will recall from the decision, the previous decision, that there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove a link between the littering issues and things that you raised then that you've talked about today and the liquor store. That wasn't the reason.
Yeah, so my recollection from that decision is that there was a difficulty in saying that the alcohol litter in the area was linked to that Smugglers Nawton store. I did note that there were, at the time, there was both Countdown and Smugglers Nawton operating, and I did note that there were a significant number of RTD related products like vodka cruisers and a lot of those and Cody's and things like that. So but where I see a difference here and why I think this is relevant is firstly, this is a brand new store. So we are looking at what kind of impact it will have on the amenity of the area. And I think that in every question asked today, it should be kept in mind, it's not a renewal, it's a brand new license, a brand new store. And in terms of the alcohol related litter, we've now seen a period of time where there has been no off license in the direct premises in the Nawton Mall. And so I think that the difference seen since when there were 2 operating and now when there are none directly in this vicinity was quite stark. So I do think it is relevant because it does show a link given the change.
But your evidence is of a Wednesday morning walk around, you did see 3 instances of alcohol related liquor. In terms of your evidence, and then compared to your objection, so you've got your objection at page 145, which has, you've objected to every part of section 105. But then your evidence doesn't actually cover all those matters. So are you just wanting the committee to consider your evidence, or are you relying on everything you've raised in your objection?
There are, so the brief of evidence is relatively short because I felt like a number of the issues were covered well in the inspector's report, and so I would have been.
Okay, so in terms, so you're just wanting the committee to consider those matters, or is it all the objection matters?
In all of the objection matters, so I can give examples if you want.
No, I'm just wanting to know which one. Yes.
Yes, no, and the objection itself. So there are matters in here which I've raised, but I think that need to be considered, and I've raised them there because I think throughout the hearing, part of the role of the DRC will be to ask questions on some of these things to get further information. We don't currently have the evidence that from the applicant, which I could have responded to in regard to some of these things to have more detail. Yeah.
Okay, so also when I look at your objection, and you know, we're in the second day of sitting, this objection is very similar to probably, well, at least half of the objections we've seen as we've been here, and I'm sure your counsel has talked to you about that. In particular, if we look at Councillor Tauriki at page 137, did you work together with him to prepare this?
So I had Dr. Grant Hewison assist me with preparing this, but I obviously approved all of what was in here. And in my view, yes, some of these are similar. You've got JOT forms as well, which are similar, but
oh no, I'm not talking about the JOT forms. I'm talking about your one at page 145 compared to the one at 137.
They're similar.
Well, they're probably more than similar. They're fairly identical, aren't they?
So if I could help, I asked for Councillor Tauriki as well.
Oh,
Yes.
Well, you've got other examples.
Yeah, and okay, and so if we go to Hapai Te Orders application, which is at 91. Do you want to look at that one? So you see that objection in from paragraph 4 about vulnerable community, and then it runs for all of them, and then you compare it to your one. Did you work with them as well?
No.
Because they said that they prepared this when they were asked questions, but they said this was their evidence. So I'm just wondering how.
So I don't think they quite said that. They said that they had assistance from Communities Against Alcohol to prepare their evidence as well.
Yes.
So there is clearly collaboration going on amongst objectors with Communities Against Alcohol harm. Right. So what's
I'm not. I think that we're all getting to that conclusion quite quickly. I think probably everyone's at that conclusion. But what I'm wanting to know is then So you're confirming that these are all yours. So yours are exactly identical to everyone else's. You've got exactly the same issues as everyone else. You haven't got anything different. It's all the
I
same.
have raised one issue, and this is why, in terms of my brief of evidence,
So I know,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about your evidence, I'm talking about your objection.
So
Because
just,
this is what,
so sir, I think that's quite a difficult question. I think exactly the same. We need to go through kind of word by word, paragraph by paragraph to see if there are any slight differences or there isn't.
oh, look, I'll retract exactly. What I'll say is that from the majority of the words contained in the objection, they are very similar to the words contained in the objection of every other one who has presented an objection in this form. Not the job forms, we know they are the same. These.
So I'm happy to respond to that.
Mhm.
So I had Dr. Grant Curson assist me with this particular objection. It's very similar actually to others that I have worked on and drafted personally or worked with him on. I'm comfortable personally that he's also provided information to other groups, because for some other groups this may be the first time or one of the first or second time they've ever been in this process, and it's a difficult process to work through, and so I don't see an issue personally with information having been shared, but it's up to the DLC whether they reduce the weight that they put on these objections or not due to that.
Okay, so you are comfortable to speak to this?
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of your evidence, and some of this has flowed through your evidence, so that makes it easier. So, the map that you've provided.
Yep.
At page 148. Why have you just used that specific area?
I gave an example. I gave that area because I think that the closer you are to the store, the more relevant the deprivation index is. So I gave what I thought was at the time when I did the screenshot, I thought that was a reasonable
So this is your
area to
screenshot.
give. That's my screenshot.
Okay, so that's your screenshot, and did you take it off?
Did I provide did I not provide the website? It's the I think this deprivation index from, I think, Massey University or somewhere. It's one of the universities that have a website, which, apologies, I didn't. I usually provide the link to the website.
And then you've talked about a decile rating of 8 for that actual bit where the store is, and then the whole premises, the immediate vicinity of the premises being at 10. So you looked that up?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't that you already had.
No, I wrote every word of this brief of evidence and I put it together.
Oh, okay, I understand that, but it's just in the objection, which you said you got help with, that's already got that.
Yeah, so I was part of the Nawton. I'm pretty sure that I copied this from my Nawton's particular one. I went onto the website for this, did the screenshot, and it's the same as when I was involved in Smugglers Nawton, and so I used a paragraph from my Smugglers Nawton brief of evidence. So all I can say is that I put this thing together myself.
Okay, that's good, because I want to ask some questions about it. So I'm just going to pass you with Matt, which everyone else in the room, and Dr. Hewson, have you seen a copy of that, Matt? It was handed out yesterday. I don't know if it made its way to you online.
No, I didn't, but I can look at the one.
Yeah, and you would have heard us talking about it quite a lot yesterday, and we've all been working on it again today in terms of this area. So you, as you say, you've pulled that area. When you look on this map, this is an expansion of the area. So I've marked the store, which admittedly might not be completely perfect, but the store's in that approximate location where the black dot is. Now, you've chosen to cut the area that you're wanting the DLC to consider at that line just immediately to the left. So when you're talking about decile 10 and saying, because that obviously the decile flows through to your submissions on suitability and everything else in terms of vulnerability. So why are the people on the other side of the road, why are they not taken into account?
So you can see that this is centered in the screenshot, and I gave what I thought was a reasonable area around the store. That is the only thinking behind how large I made the screenshot.
Well, don't worry about the screenshot. You've talked about you've talked about Nawton East. So if you go to your text about paragraph 4, so Nawton East. So what this area here is that's in here that you've used to get your decile 10, that's Nawton East. Okay, so that you've used Nawton East and you've said it's deprivation level 10. So you see these, that's got the highest rating of 10, and then your evidence flows through from that deprivation level. So why is the area just next right across the road from the store? Why do you say that area isn't relevant when you're working out the impact of the store? Do we just go onto the exact site and whatever mesh block it falls in?
Sorry, just for clarification, when you say, do you mean at the very left and you can see that there's less deprivation?
I'm talking about Nawton East. So go to the text, because I think that's going to be easier to work off. So in your text, you say the New Zealand Deprivation Index records decile 8 in the immediate vicinity. So that's exactly on 22 Durham Street, which you've pinned. And a highest decile reading of 10 in the wider neighbourhood of Nawton East. So Nawton East is the SA1 block or SA2, so that entire area. Okay, so that's what you've presented as a decile 10. So accept absolutely that's decile 10. What I'm wanting to know is just next door, across the road, is Nawton West. Is that not relevant, Nawton West?
I think that we've got an extremely we've got a community here which is comes with the highest rating for deprivation. So and so I think that and given the significant area all around the store, that should be of a key consideration.
And absolutely, I agree. We've got to consider the area around the store.
But I don't think that, sorry, I am finishing. I don't think that then if you moved out, I don't know the distance here, but say you start moving out further, then, and you could say, okay, so Grandview Heights, for example, is not doesn't have the level of deprivation than that these areas here have. I don't think that dilutes the importance of these areas which are in close proximity to the store. So if that's where you're going, I don't think it can be averaged out, or that you can say, okay, because over here, further away, you've got areas that are more affluent or better off, that somehow reduces the need to respond to what's in very close proximity to this.
Okay. I probably don't need you to guess where I'm going. I just want to you to answer the question of when you've targeted in on Nawton East, and you've presented the evidence to the DLC saying it's decile 10. What I want to know is when just next door, so around the store. So you accept that when you're looking around that dot, that area, so the same area that you go out to the right, you should also go out to the left.
So again, sorry, I think it's becoming repetitive because I tried to center this here to show, so I'm not saying that either east or west is relevant.
Well, you are, because your evidence is here in paragraph 4. You've said
we get your point.
I think,
Get your point.
Yeah.
Get your point.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think Councillor Thompson's responded to that line of questioning, and
No, that's fine. We get the point.
Thank you. In your evidence at paragraph 8, paragraph 9, You talk about another liquor store. But at the moment, there are no off licenses in Northern, are there?
So I don't think that the name of a suburb and the boundary of a suburb is what is important here. What's important here is the distance to the closest liquor outlet, which is on Avalon Drive, which is a 1.2 kilometre walk or drive away.
I just
Yeah.
actually on
And-
that, well, you're on that. So 1.2 kilometres from what?
From the current, from the premises which is being proposed.
Okay, so if you're there, you only have to walk 1.2 kilometres. But why are you there?
I had to give some kind of starting point there, and
Just let councillor Thompson finish.
so
Go on.
that's all. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's close enough proximity that
So, okay, so if you're living, because as you say, now you're saying we don't worry about boundaries, we're looking at the whole of Norton. So if we're looking at this map, if you're living up here in Norton West, in one of these areas, and then you're saying Avalon Drive, that's close enough in my view. Or in Western Heights, Avalon Drive.
the applicant is very welcome to look at putting a store in Rotakoti, for example, which I'm sure won't be a deprived area and will be close to here. So, I mean, I think, again, it's distracting from the fact that we're looking at the area in proximity here. So,
No, I'm just trying to get a comparison, but you're saying there's another store 1.2 kilometres away, but that all depends
So I
on.
have to intervene.
Sorry,
The question was answered.
yeah,
The
we
question
have
is,
answered it. I think that it's, I personally.
if you're at this proposed premises, the nearest store is
Yeah.
over there.
The other thing that I will add is that FIFO has applied for a license. I don't know whether it will receive the license this time round or not, but even if it doesn't, it will be, I understand, within its rights to apply for another, and it's already an established supermarket and they will have a motivation to do that. So the risk is that we end up with two off-license stores in the Nawton supermarket. But it's difficult for me to comment on that because that's still in the process.
That's right, so each application has to be determined on its own merits. You agree with that?
But I would also, yes, but currently, I would also say that there's a difference between selling just beer and wine and having an alcohol outlet which sells spirits and RTDs as well. And that I think for a purely just a liquor outlet, 1.2 kilometres away from this premises is sufficient. You also have access, presumably a lot of people in Grandview Heights and things will have access to cars. There's 4 outlets in Dinsdale area alone, so there's plenty of choice there as well. The Woolworths is one of the outlets.
But you'd be an advocate of people having amenity and being able to walk to locations close to them. That's part of your platform as a councillor, is public transport and amenity for residents.
Yes, and actually, but when you look at this area again, it comes back to the walkable distance, and that's part of, what this is really focused on is your closer proximity. That's where you've got the most deprivation. So then you're creating great accessibility for people.
So if you've got people living in the area, and we've heard evidence earlier, just from the Salvation Army about you have pockets of problems and then pockets of good. So if you don't have an alcohol problem and you drink responsibly, you don't think that you should have convenience of being able to access a bottle store?
I think the impact on the vulnerable whānau within this area outweighs the need for that particular convenience.
So if you've got a small minority, everyone else should also suffer as a result.
Do you have
of
evidence it's a small minority?
No, I'm asking you if there was a small minority, if that's where we get to, is that the number of people impacted, because we have had evidence about it and we'll hear the evidence from the medical officer about it. If that was, your view is still that if there is anyone with issues, you shouldn't have a bottle store near them? I'm just trying to work out where the level is.
I think that we have a large area of decile 10, which, as I say in here, is correlated with poorer outcomes in terms of health, housing, crime, and vulnerability, alcohol-related risk.
So, okay, I'll leave the decile. Okay, so then in terms of your objective. You talk about the sorry, I'm page order of this go around about this the right way. At paragraph 10 of your objection on page 146.
Yeah.
So when you say the applicant's history of operating in the community, so you're aware obviously that they've got a store in Beta and Heaphy Terrace, and you've said the applicant's history of operating in those communities.
Or attempt, I should have said, or attempting to as well.
Okay, so is that so your evidence on that is just about Chris Street, about Mr. Staten being at a meeting and not saying that he was the applicant for the store.
So my point there is that there's a pattern of selecting particularly vulnerable communities, in my view. For example, Beta being one, and then this one, but also the area in Melville, Deanwell, isn't also raised issues in terms of deprivation and vulnerability.
But you're aware that this applicant has been deemed suitable to operate the stores in Beta and Heaphy Terrace?
Yes.
And
that would be the natural conclusion, given that they received a license for Beta, although I understand it's under appeal at the moment.
sorry, when you say that would be the natural conclusion, isn't that the decision of the DLC?
I haven't seen the decision, but I am aware of it.
Well, to get a license from a DLC, don't you need to be deemed to be suitable?
Yes, although I do understand there were some conditions attached to that around the applicant actually coming back and being located here within Hamilton. I don't have the full details, but I understand that there was an undertaking.
Well, if you don't
to be
have
back
the full
in
details, should you be speaking to it?
This is my understanding that, and that is actually so in the licensing inspector's report as well.
Yeah, so we can deal with that with the licensing inspector. So
I was just clarifying that because you asked, was it deemed to be suitability? I see that as a condition.
okay, so okay, we've got those 2 points. So then so is your preference for the applicant to be associated with the super liquor? Is that your preference? You prefer them to be associated with the super liquor or not?
What I would like to see is clarity in terms of what's proposed around the visual outcome of the store, which hasn't been provided.
But you've mentioned here about super liquor, so yeah. I'm just so if we go back to the question, is your preference for it to be associated with super liquor or not?
In that case, I think that there are potentially it depends. That's something that would have to be looked into more closely, because there are potentially benefits from a franchise having already systems in place and being able to support the applicant. But then there also, it would be conditioned, but the potential downside is then not being, if the applicant was unable to tailor what they provide in terms of what they sell because of requirements from the franchise. So that would need to come through more clearly in questioning.
Okay, so you like the structure of what those franchises can provide, but you'd like to see some autonomy in how they run the things in their stores.
There would need to be autonomy, but I would say also that in this case, I think that I do not think conditions would suffice in terms of addressing my concerns with this store.
Yeah, so your position is you just don't want a store. It doesn't matter who the applicant is, you don't want a store.
I don't want a store, but I also think that if there's that I also think that the DRC should consider suitability as well, in terms of if they don't see the evidence around the impact on amenity and good order being sufficient to warrant saying no to the store by itself, that suitability should be considered. I don't think that's exclusive. Exclusive.
And then if you've talked about concern about Archie Ventures, who you obviously are very familiar with, if they were just the landlord, is that an issue for you?
So I raised this because I think that there will need to be inquiry into the exact relationship, that it is purely only a leasing relationship and that there isn't anything further.
Why does there need to be inquiry? Why can't the applicant just give sworn evidence that there's not a relationship?
So when I say inquiry, that the DRC has the opportunity to question this and ensure that they're comfortable, and so that could come through with the evidence. But again, I wrote this without having any access to these further details, so I felt that it was important to raise as a question in case the evidence that comes through doesn't sufficiently address this. Or
but if they were just the landlord, you obviously don't have an issue with that.
Purely only a landlord relationship, then that would be fine.
Okay. And in terms of, you've seen the other, it might not be worth asking you because you said you don't want the store, but are you prepared to speak to conditions to help the DLC to understand your position on conditions?
My position is that the store shouldn't go ahead.
Okay, so you've seen the offered up discretionary conditions. So do you have any view on those that you'd like to share while you're here?
I think that they don't go far enough, is my view, that if the DRC was of the mind to let the store go ahead, the hours, for example, I don't think are appropriate. That would be a key issue for me.
And you talked about, you were asked about whether the applicant had contacted you, and you talked about engagement in this process, and it's important for people to be able to have discussions. So why, when the applicant personally contacts you, so takes it out of the lawyers having the discussions to discuss it with you, why wouldn't you talk to them?
So there are many examples, like there are other examples where I have looked to negotiate conditions where it's a renewal of a license. For example, Blackburn Avalon, we agreed in terms of reducing the amount of external advertising. Same with on Bryant Road over in the Te Rapa St Andrews area, again negotiated that the external advertising and sales was removed, and there may have been some other conditions. So where there's a renewal, I generally, unless there's issues with suitability, I have negotiated some outcomes which I thought were positive, including reducing external advertising, potentially addressing things like single sales. But in terms of this store, I believe because of the area and the community that is in question, that I didn't think that it was appropriate to start negotiating conditions. I felt that it was more appropriate to.
But did they say they were calling you to negotiate conditions?
So firstly, I did actually say, please go to speak through my lawyer, which I think is an appropriate process. I don't want to be in the position of having a hearsay conversation, but also feeling pressured to agree to conditions when we haven't, in an in-person situation when I haven't seen everything, or that, but also, I guess part of it was that I don't think there was an outcome we could have come to agreed on, because the only thing we could achieve through speaking would be what conditions would satisfy me, and in this case there weren't any, so it would have not really gone anywhere anyway.
But you criticised the applicant for not engaging. Yet when they try to engage with you, you refuse to
So the
engage.
applicant made the attempt to engage me. I think that the DRC can consider that. That was my choice not to engage back, but he made the attempt to engage with me, and there's credit to him for that. But in terms of the remainder of the engagement that has been provided, it was only with the businesses,
Well,
rather than
that's what
through
was
community
filed with the application
organisations.
and
Yeah,
the applicant's evidence we put forward about the level of engagement. So
and we haven't seen that.
no, that's correct. So I just want to talk to you about yours because you didn't obviously say anything about it in your evidence. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms Hildrich.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, hey, councillor
Hello.
Sarah, I just have one series of questions. I've asked everybody the same series. Just in terms of page 148 and the map.
Yeah.
Do you think you could tell me the sort of distance that this snapshot captures?
Question. So it doesn't go all the way up to Avalon, so which is 1.2 kilometres away, as far as I can. Stop. Avalon up here. Just looking at the street names. I would say it's getting close to about 1 kilometre each way, right? Give me one more moment.
To help, some of the other evidence where they've included a photo, it states 2 kilometres.
Okay.
And so I maybe that would help as a comparison, or maybe not.
Right, okay.
Does this,
It's got scale right at the bottom.
Yeah.
okay, so there's a scale there.
2.2, I think it is.
2 kilometres, yeah.
So 200 meters is that scale there.
Mhm.
And you kind of compare it.
We've got that road going up here. It's Greenview Road, Main Street. It must be possibly around 800-ish meters.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Last question. Are you suggesting that it's only those people within that distance that use the Nawton Mall as their place for shopping or purchasing whatever they're
No.
purchasing? So you're not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, sir.
All right, well, that concludes your evidence.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Thompson. So thank you very much for being here today. Obviously, you know, you're more than welcome to stay.
Thank you.
And understanding Councillor Curry is online.
He is online?
Yeah, I can see he's online.
Oh, excellent. Councillor Tamariki?
Kia ora tātou.
Good. We just proceeding to hear your evidence, so the way that'll work is you'll need to be sworn in first.
Rightio.
Put it right there. And then Councillor Tamariki, we have been jumping around within the hearings pack, which you would have online as a PDF. Have you got a physical copy?
I've got a copy in front of me.
Good, good. Okay, excellent. And you should also have, you need that map again? Yep, and you should also have a map that's probably hard to see, but yeah, of that area as a PDF.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Thank you. Kieran, if you'd like to speak in this direction.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Moko Tawariki. What was the other part?
I haven't done it. Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Why, absolutely.
Thank you.
Good.
You just want to get councillor Tauriki just to introduce himself to everybody?
Sure. If you'd like to introduce yourself, councillor Tauriki.
Kia ora. Ko taupiri te maunga, ko Waikato te awa, tainui te waka. Uri tēnei no roto mai o Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Haua, Ngāti Mahanga hoki. Ko moko Tawariki tōku nei ingoa. Nō reira tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, he kai kaunihera, o te kaunihera o Waikato. My name is Moko. I currently reside here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. My current position is I am a councillor in the Hamilton City Council. Unfortunately, I missed out on the gig as the next monarchy to the kingitanga. So I'll wait another probably 60 years for that gig to come. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Now, which page is it?
Should be on page 139.
139, yeah. Councillor Taraniki, you pre-filed your evidence, that's correct?
Correct.
Yep. And your evidence is at page 139 of the hearings pack?
Correct.
Yeah. And is your pre-filed evidence true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Correct.
Are there any kind of key points that you'd like to make in regard to evidence? We're going to take it as read, but are there any key points you'd like to emphasize?
What I would like to do is just actually speak to the key points of my objection to the new off-license application. Is that okay?
It's okay.
All right. Well, kia ora tātou. Hey, look, I don't want to spend too much time talking about what you already know. The key points I want to raise with regards to my objection to this application is that I believe that the applicant is seeking to operate in what I would consider a very vulnerable community. So that's the first point. I think the region already has a number of its own social challenges, community challenges, and I think, and in my personal opinion, by having another liquor store in that region, in that community, is going to give license to what I would consider a bit of a trend amongst young people who are ram-raiding these types of stores for alcohol, tobacco, money, those sorts of things. I think that the application or the store in question is too close to some of the schools in the area, and in particular the skate park and the community centre where a lot of our vulnerable people hang out. I am concerned that the applicants may plan to sell, other things in the future that I think include vapes. And while that is an assumption, I think that by granting the license, we may potentially see other things that might attract undesirable people to commit more crime in that area. I think that the operation of the store from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., that's a long time. I think that's inappropriate. And the other point that I do want to raise in terms of Māori are a vulnerable part of that particular community. And I believe that we need to consider, or applicants should consider, how they might operate such a business in that particular type of community. They should consider talking with organisations like Te Koho Health, Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa. I'm not opposed to businesses operating in our city. I am very aware of the current trend that is plaguing our city and other parts of Aotearoa, New Zealand, namely through young people who are choosing to ram raid, in particular, liquor stores and dairies and those sorts of things. Yeah, I asked that this license be declined, and those are the key points that I want to make at this time. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tadariki. We are now just going to open up to questions of you, starting with the agency. Moving through there.
All right, thank you. Sergeant?
Mr. Tadariki, you've attached in your evidence a multicultural impact assessment. So in your experience as a social worker, this impact assessment is particularly prevalent to the Nawton area.
Yes. Sorry, can you say that again? The cultural impact assessment that I've got in the pack.
That's written to reflect the high risk area that the Nawton area is around where this application is proposed.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Yes.
Thank you. Medical Officer of Health?
No questions.
Thank you. Inspector?
Thank you. Councillor, kia ora.
Kia ora.
Do you live in the area at all?
Not in Nawton. I live over the other side of the river.
Oh, okay. So your submissions and the assessment's really great, but I just wondered if you've got any specific incidents that's been related to you regarding alcohol related harm.
Yeah, well, hey, look, I guess I typically, not anymore, but I used to frequent the skate park at least 2 to 3 times a week, and in particular around the football field as well, because I have children that played for Fraser Tech, and a lot of their trainings and activities were quite often done at the skateboard park and at the fields. And there are a number of times when I have gone down there, and times where I've had to play the police and break up, incidences between young people. Some of those have been, drug and alcohol fueled. I can tell that purely by the smell of some of these young people down there. There have been incidences where I've seen neighbours having a crack at each other. There are some known houses in that immediate area that are known for their loud noises, parties, gang affiliations in the area. So that's my experience in the community. I have whānau that live over in that particular community, And I guess part of my objection today is on their behalf as well, as they are not familiar with how to make a submission, how to object, and even the confidence to do it. And so part of my presence here is to hopefully be an example for them. And I believe it's worked, as I note a number of objectors to this particular application are from Māori community members.
That's really helpful. Have any last question? Has any of those concerns, those direct concerns, been in the last 12 months?
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Rawcliffe?
Thank you. Kia ora, councillor Tauriki.
Kia ora.
Your evidence that you've prepared is relatively short, I would say, in terms of evidence that we've seen. And you've just really, in terms of the detail of the application, you've just done say 6 paragraphs about specifically on the objection. Yet when we look at the objection that you filed at page 137, there's numerous issues raised. And then today you've spoken, when you open to your concerns, are the concerns what you've spoken about today in your evidence, or are you still relying on everything in the objections and the objection?
Look, I rely largely on everything that's in my objection, because I'd like to hope that is a summary of the key concerns that I have, and that those reading this objection are able to take on board, and that the panel in particular are able to take on board what I'm saying in relation to each of those points.
Okay, so in terms of this, did you write this?
I did have the help of my legal counsel there with Mr. Grant Hewison, whom I asked if he could actually write these things down for me.
So did you tell him each of these things and he wrote it up, or which way, how did it work?
What we did is that we had a wānanga. We've had a series of wānanga over the last 12 months. And there are a number of things that Grant and I sit down and talk about each time we consider an objection. And so we talk through each of the different points that I want to raise as a concern. And so some of these points are transferable from one objection to another objection. And so we don't need to labor talking about that particular point. It's simply, yes, we understand this, move on to the next one, which brings me to this particular objection, which I found I would like to hope that as I've become a lot more familiar with this process, I don't really want to labor the panel, the commissioners, with having to delve to, and yourself as cross-examination, with having to delve in to the detail of my evidence, but rather focus largely on what I am sharing as my primary concerns.
Yes, so it's just that when we're presented with these, it is from the applicant's perspective, we've got to consider everything when it's all written down, and we've got to talk to you about it. So if you just put your primary concerns, then we could just focus on those, rather than this lengthy objection.
Ka pai, I guess it's part of the learning process.
Thank you. And just in terms of, if I can just speak to you about a couple of things in the objection, probably more specifically about, are you able to speak to the statistics that you have in that objection at paragraph 3 about decile ratings and so forth?
Oh, look, I think I got asked this one last time. Are you talking about vulnerable communities?
Yes, so you've, in the objection, it talks about decile, it's got Norton East and talking about decile rating of 10
Mm.
for Norton East. Are you able to talk about how that's made up, how you got to that, or is that some of the evidence that you talked about your concerns about the area and then that was prepared for you?
Yeah, look, I largely rely on website information like statistics, New Zealand, for example.
Okay, so then on that basis, if you look at Statistics New Zealand, I will just quickly speak to it, and I'm sure everyone's heard all this, but we'll just quickly run through it. So that map that you were sent through, the one-page map, and it's got on that there's a black dot which marks where the proposed store is. Have you got that in front of you?
If I push that up close to the camera and say that.
I think he's got it.
Yep, I've got it.
Yeah, he's got it. Okay, so then when
So I'm looking at the document that's got geographic boundary viewer.
perfect, that's exactly right. So, and you'll see there's a dot there, a black dot, and pretty reasonably centered. So that's where the store is. So when you've got your statistics from Statistics NZ, and you come up with a decile rating of 10, that's just for Norton East, is that right?
When you say Norton East, you're talking more up towards West Norton, or
Yeah, so
which
so
I'm trying.
Norton, if you go just straight up from the store, it is hard to read out, except in that orange print, that area, that orange outline, that area is Norton East. That's what it's known as in terms of statistics. That little block is Norton East.
Right. So we're talking, am I looking at places like Crawshaw Drive, Pringle Place?
No. We're way down by
No.
the store, so where we've got the park right behind it, Waimarie Street, Derby
Yep.
Street, Kentucky.
Yep.
Goes up to boundaries on Dominion Road, Avalon Drive, Ellicott. So that's Norton East. So when you pulled your statistics, you use Norton East for your objection, that area.
Well, yeah. When I talk about Norton, I am generally talking about Norton as a whole.
Okay. So your view is that the area of Norton is much greater than just that little Norton East pocket. It spreads out to all around the store.
Correct.
And how far would you say the radius?
Oh, look, I'd say it'll go up to Western Heights, right down to the intersection between the intersection down from Elliot Road that goes on to that goes on to Mydle Road. No, not Mydle Road. Goes on to Forest Lake Road.
Yes.
That intersection.
Yes.
I guess up to the turn off from Elliot Road, interchange, turn right onto Newcastle Road, and then you head left towards Western Heights, towards Dinsdale. I would say that's a boundary marker.
If you're looking at that map in front of you, it's quite a big, that map on there, it's sort of from Elliot Road north, would it be?
Yeah, that's how I see Norton. And to the north, well, I guess it goes up to Rotokodi Road.
Thank you. And then, in your evidence at paragraph 10, you talk about a proliferation of liquor outlets in Nawton.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
then we go to Nawton, so you've just told us what your area of Nawton is. So do you accept that at the moment, there's no liquor outlets in that area?
Hang on, just let me think for a moment. In the region as I've just described it.
Yeah, and then Norton, you just said that's what you think of as Norton.
Yep.
Are there any,
Well,
there's no license.
there's a liquor outlet, Black Bull, that's down on Norton Road,
Is that on Norton Road or Avalon Drive?
Avalon Drive.
So that's on Avalon Drive, is that, so you're saying Avalon Drive is in
Yeah,
Norton or?
that's the Norton community. I mean, many of those people in that Norton community use those amenities over there.
Is that because there's none anywhere else?
In terms of liquor store,
Yes.
well, there used to be 2 over in the mall. Now we're looking to open up another 2. And so there's been no liquor stores there other than the Black Bull on Avalon Drive. Yeah, for a little while.
So when you're talking about this store, when we look at this application and you're talking about a proliferation of liquor outlets, there's not actually any others at the moment. So there'd just be
Not
the
at-
one.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair statement at this current time. There isn't a proliferation of alcohol stores in the suburb.
And then in terms of your objection, you talk about some concerns about the suitability of this applicant at paragraph 10. And you talk about, and you'll be aware, are you, well, yes, you are, you're aware that they've got the license for Super Liquor Beta, because you were part of that hearing.
Sorry, just, are we clear which page we're on for councillor Tauriki? Because I'm not sure that.
Right, okay.
Councillor Tauriki, we're just talking about your objection now, which is on page.
No, I'm sorry, it is the objection,
The
page
objection, page
138, paragraph
Yeah.
10.
So just make sure you've got that, we're going down to some specifics, so, yeah, you might want to just open that up and have it in front of you.
Have you got page 1? So this is your objection, and I'm just talking about paragraph, I'm talking about paragraph 10, I'm talking generally about your concerns about the applicant's suitability.
Yep. Yep.
And so you've raised some concerns about the history of them operating stores, but you are aware, obviously, that they've been granted a license for Super Liquor Beta.
So that's been appealed, and I'm not sure that it's accurate to say it's been granted.
Well, it has been granted.
No, it's been appealed.
Yeah, it's been appealed, but it's granted. They're operating at the moment, right?
So just we're clear.
Well, we are being clear.
No, they're operating on a temporary license.
No, they're not.
They've got a full license.
They've got a full license, all right? Carry on.
And so, and I know there when you've written this objection, you've said it was opposed by a member of the public. Why did you write it that way when that was you?
I guess that was my first objection. I may have still been getting used to making objections and how I should write things.
This one wasn't your first objection that we're looking at here, because wasn't your first one beta?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking to, beta.
I'm just talking about the language that you've used in this, because you say it was objected by a member of the public, but that it was you who objected to it, wasn't it?
I did object to that, yes.
And In terms of super liquor, is your preference that the applicant has an affiliation with super liquor or not?
Say that again?
So in your,
What a-
you've talked about, you want to know whether this premises will operate as a super liquor. I just
Yeah.
want, so you've put that in there, so I just want to know what is your preference for it to be one or not to be one?
Oh, just wanting to know how it's going to be operating, I guess, just for my own knowledge.
Okay, okay. And then, in terms of Archie Ventures, what's your concern with Archie Ventures?
Archie Ventures,
Archie,
Archie.
yes.
Not sure at this current time.
So you're not aware who they are?
No.
Okay, you've prepared a multicultural impact assessment, which we've got here at page 142. And you've produced a very similar one in the FIFO hearing, is that right?
A cultural impact assessment, yes.
Yes. Now, when did you produce this?
I've sat with my legal counsel and we've done this together.
Okay, so we might be going back over things you can't discuss, because in that you've just the basis of your report is based on statistics from North and East. And then that flows through your evidence based on those numbers. So are you able to speak to that about why only North and East and not the whole Norton that you've described to us?
I guess we Nawton East, as it's predominantly recorded in the statistics websites. If I take my memory back to how I was looking at information, I guess I needed to read more than what I was just looking at the time.
Okay, so
And so quite often had a tendency to grab bits and pieces and not all of it.
okay, thank you. So I've seen the report that you filed in the FIFO hearing, and I noticed the difference is when we get to paragraph 16 about addressing these problems in the local Northern Māori community, is that you've simply said the only way to deal with this is to not grant it. But however, in the other hearing, which is for a premises right next door, you offered a whole lot of conditions, didn't you?
As part of my submission?
As part of your multicultural impact report assessment.
Yeah, I did.
Sir, Mr. Toriki, Councillor Toriki doesn't have the other one in front of him. And I'm just wondering whether we need to make sure he's got both so we can be clear about what the differences are.
That's fair enough.
Sorry, it will have to be scanned, but I've printed it off so we can use that.
I can.
Sorry, I thought he'd be aware of it.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of it. It's just that he hasn't got.
He just.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor
Scan
Toriki, I can email you the FIFO document.
No, we'll just leave it to Ms. Phillips to email to Councillor Tori.
Okay, sorry.
He's under cross.
Ms. Phillips, I've got a PDF version if you want. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm quite happy to just carry on.
You're happy to carry on?
Yeah, I'm happy to carry on. I'm aware of
I'll just let
you know,
you'll check that document as well, just to make sure that it's all
okay.
accurate,
Yeah,
if you like.
yeah, yeah.
I think if there's nothing that's, if
So I'll
it's
just
not
bring it up in
accurate,
front of me and, yeah, okay,
then you can object.
yeah.
I mean.
I remember the conditions. I remember the conditions.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember
I think it's probably
attempting.
quite, so,
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, we'll just go ahead and we'll see.
yeah. Thank you, councillor Terry, if you just want to answer, yeah, any questions about that difference?
So now this is handed out, I will just produce this through into, as an exhibit. If that's okay, rather than producing it through the applicant.
Yes.
Do you need me to formally do that, or if we just take it as that's?
Is everyone all right with this? Being produced exhibit? I mean, it's a record.
What's happening?
No, we're just formally producing your brief of evidence that was filed for the FIFO matter.
Rightio.
So, don't worry, I'm not going to talk to, I don't want to go into details about the conditions. It's just generally, I want to know, why have you treated this application differently to that one? Why is there no offering of conditions?
I guess because we've got we've potentially got a store operating in the area. Why do we need to have 2 stores?
But I think we don't have a store operating in the area. Each application has to be considered on its own merits.
I understand that, and so my approach here is that a FIFO is likely, and this is how I've approached it, councillor. Sorry, I forget your name. Sorry. Do I call you council as well?
You can call me anything's fine. Sarah is fine. You can call me Sarah.
Ma'am, madam, ma'am. Yeah, so ma'am. Yeah, I my so-called pragmatic mind tells me that there's going to be a store selling alcohol.
So you haven't, you're the chair of that decision maker as well.
Yes.
This is evidence that potentially has some, I'm sure you won't, but I'm just now worried that we're getting Councillor Tauriki to answer questions when that decision has not come out, and him saying something.
Well, I can certainly say it's not going to influence our decision.
Okay, well, I'm worried that he might say something that indicates a preference or not for that.
We haven't even heard him talk about it, and whatever he says in evidence today is only for the purposes of for this hearing.
Yes, but he has said that he thinks there may be a decision that goes a certain way, and
well, can I just say this?
Yeah,
whatever Councillor Tauriki thinks, it's not going to affect our decision.
Okay. Okay.
Right. I am of the view that I am in amongst a group of highly trained professionals, and as the lovely council who's interrogating me right now has shared, that we are speaking only to this particular kaupapa and this particular application, and I'm quite happy to to accept that there are potentially other aspects of the bigger picture in train, some of which we have no decision on, which I understand. However, my response is that there is a process that is in train, and I will do my best to try and keep some of the conflict out as possible. And so I'm backing $1 each way on this particular one, with the biggest loss being this current application that is before us today.
Okay, so you have said publicly at least twice to the newspaper and at the FIFO hearing that you would prefer a specialist place selling alcohol than a supermarket.
Yeah, yeah, and yep, yep. If there's one or the other, I would probably go with a specialist supermarket that sells alcohol opposed to a supermarket.
So then when you just talked about backing a horse, why you haven't backed the horse that's the specialist one? You
Well,
haven't
because there's another horse running in the race.
But that's a supermarket. If you've got two options and you've publicly said you prefer a specialist store, this is a specialist store. So is it
Yep,
your
and
preference a specialist store?
no, well, yeah, okay. I hear, I can see where you're going with this. Well done. Yeah. Hey, there's another horse that's running in the race. And so I've now got to consider that this particular horse doesn't just want to win the race. It actually also wants to win the whole competition. And there is competition in this application that is actually competing against that particular horse. And I can't actually, I don't think there's room for both of those horses on the same race course. There can only be one winner.
In terms of you've raised some concerns about engagement and the community engagement, and in particular in that report, in the multicultural assessment report, you've said at paragraph 13, the applicant has not engaged with, sorry, that's at page 144 of the bundle. You said the applicant has not engaged with nor sought input from Māori on how Māori can participate in the process, on how to run the business. So you have said, you're telling the DLC the applicant has not engaged. And you have publicly put yourself out there as speaking for the Māori community, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And is it true what you've said in that report about engagement?
In what way? That they've not engaged with the Māori community, the applicant.
Has the applicant attempted to engage with you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so if the applicant produces evidence of a series of emails sent to you, asking you to meet to discuss its stores. So if there's one sent on the 1st of December last year, there's one sent on the 8th of December last year, then you responded on the 10th of December saying, thank you, I'd be delighted to help. I'm a bit busy, but get in touch with me. Then they contacted you on the 18th of January, the 16th of February, the 17th of May, the 24th of July. All those times are asking you to meet to discuss your concerns.
I want to hear his answer first.
Well, no, this is surprise tactics.
No, it's not surprise tactics, because if he doesn't remember, he can refresh his memory.
The whole point of pre-filing evidence, sir.
No.
People are aware what the evidence is.
Because he's got it himself.
Documents. These are his emails.
He's not aware that this question would come up.
Well, this is what cross-examination is all about. So, Councillor Moko Tariki, do you remember getting these emails?
Oh, look, I do remember getting some of those emails last year. And yeah, I guess some of the ones this year I've sort of not followed them up. I was with the understanding that those were largely to talk about beta. Yeah. So I guess, yep, fair enough. fair comment. I've actually got nothing to, I don't think I can rebuttal that.
So I'm just wondering, how are they meant to engage if you don't respond?
Yeah, I guess I thought they were wanting to engage on a previous application, not this one. Were they
Well,
emailing me on this one?
yes,
Okay. All right. Well, then I've missed the
you're
boat.
aware they've got 3 stores, you're opposing them all.
Sir, can we have these emails sent at least?
Would it assist Councillor Tauriki for these emails to be sent to you so you can have a look at them and just to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I think that might. Are you sending them to me now or
He has received these
later?
as part of the ALA
Yeah,
appeal. So he's seen them, so
yeah, look, that's fine. I'll be able to just email them through to him, so then,
they'll be
because I'm
in-
assuming that these will be in the evidence of the applicants anyway,
Absolutely.
so that's why you put it.
Absolutely, and he will have received them as part of the other appeal where we talked about this exactly.
That's all right. We'll just, can we scan that through to Councillor Tauriki just to make sure that do you have a copy? No. Okay, can Dr. Hewison?
Oh, he should, well, he has a copy on his other appeal.
Oh, look, I'll accept that I've received them.
That's all right. Look, we'll get it through to you, Councillor Tauriki, so there's no issues around that.
This, Councillor Tauriki, in terms of time, I know that you've got a really busy day and this is taking much longer than I think you anticipated. I just wanted to check what's your availability and whether you want to kind of, if you like, just proceed rather than waiting around for these and so to be sent to you.
Oh, look, hey, I'm available to be here for as long as you need me to be here. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello.
Are there any more questions?
Yes, we're just waiting for Ms. Phillips to send you those copies of the emails.
Right. Okay. I've accepted that I would have already received them, I'm sure. So
Yeah,
quite
no,
happy
your
to move on.
council has raised an issue, so we
Right.
just want to make sure that there's not going to be any issues about this.
Okay.
So I think, so what he's saying is he's accepted, he's received these. I don't know if there's any more questions about them.
Well, do you still want him to have a copy?
Well, I think
He's eventually going to get a copy when the applicant files their evidence.
Yeah.
And as you can appreciate, the reason why we've got, ordinarily, if we had one hearing, he will probably have it all.
Yeah.
Anyway, but given how this has been staged, he doesn't have it, but
that's right.
he either has the emails or not, right?
That's right. So I'm just wondering, are there further questions? Because he's saying, he said he's probably, well, he's received them.
Okay, so are we happy to just keep going?
Yes.
Without seeing these emails, which have been sent to you shortly, are you happy to continue proceeding on the basis that you believe you did receive them?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
No, I've got no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hilditch.
Just touching on that, just touching on that last point raised by the applicant's legal counsel. Is it also, do you accept that you thought, also, my understanding is that you thought these particular emails were about Vader, is that correct?
Yeah. I did. And I understand the lady that's been cross-examining me, her question, and yeah, I guess I did think they were largely beta related questions.
All right, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just a very quick one. Kia ora, Councillor Muku.
Kia ora, Ewan.
Just a very quick question, just in regards to number 8 in your brief of evidence, where you raise a concern that the applicant may have a business association with the previous licensee of the premise. Are you familiar with the entity that used to have the license?
Not intimately with the license holder, no.
The entity is Ashire Ventures. Okay. Can I understand what exactly the concern you have with the business association?
I guess my concern there is that we have potentially a former owner not operating for whatever reason, reinventing themselves into another under another name, and not necessarily changing how they operate as a business.
Would you be concerned, would you still have a concern if in fact evidence showed that the only relationship is Ashire is leasing the space to the applicant in this case, but has no equity, no management of the new business?
Yeah, no issues.
Thank you.
No. So just on that topic there, Councillor Tauriki, you're concerned about Ashi Ventures Limited operating under a new entity, right? The entity here is Joel Enterprises 2012 Limited. You aware of that? That's the entity, that's the applicant?
Yes.
And you're aware that this is the same entity that operates Super Liquor Beta and Super Liquor Heifer Terrace?
Yes.
And you'd be aware that you can actually go on the company's register to find out who the directors and shareholders are?
Yes.
And have you done that? Have you checked Joel Enterprises 2012 Limited on the company's register?
Oh, I've gone on and had a bit of a nosy.
Yep. And when you had that nosy, did you see any link between Ashi Ventures and Joel Enterprises?
Yeah, no.
Any re-examination, Dr. Wilson?
Yes, Councillor Tauriki, can you tell me what do you see as the difference between a supermarket that sells alcohol and a bottle store that sells alcohol?
I think the difference is that supermarket, you know, my thinking is this: the supermarket that was hugely needed in the area, campaigned on.
So the question's not specific to this area.
All right. Okay.
Any specifics? It's just generally. So when you purchase alcohol from a supermarket, is there any difference between that and when you purchase alcohol from a bottle store? What do you see as the differences?
Oh, I don't see any differences.
And just in terms of email, how many emails do you get a day?
Oh, yeah, there's a few. There's a few. There's a lot. There's a lot of. At the moment, it's kind of amped up a little bit, as some of my colleagues will attest to. But yeah, we get quite a lot. I don't know. I can't put an actual number on it.
Okay.
But lately, there's been quite a bit, especially this year, anyway.
Yeah.
30, maybe 30 odd emails.
Yeah. Okay. No question.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tauriki, for giving evidence today. That concludes your evidence. Obviously, you're more than welcome to stay online, but I'm sure you've got other things to do anyway. So, but you're more than welcome to. But as you know, we've got another hearing there's a second part of the hearing, so you're more than welcome to attend that second hearing and if you have any questions for the agencies and the applicant at that time, okay?
Thank you for your time, commissioners. Thank you for your time, everybody. I think I'll take my leave. Yeah, go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we are 30 minutes behind, and lunch break was supposed to be at 1 o'clock. What does everyone want to do?
I'd like to break for lunch.
Yes, well, yeah, we will break for lunch, but is everyone still happy with 30 minutes, or do we want a shorter break, or what does everyone want to do?
30 minutes is fine.
Yeah, because then we've got 2 o'clock, and then we've only got 3 other witnesses.
Yeah, so Ms. Huaki, is she here, ready to go?
No, so she's on Zoom, isn't she?
Okay, so she'll just come on. I just didn't want to inconvenience if she's.
Yes, no, and I understand that we haven't heard back from Ms. Huaki. Yeah.
That we are running behind.
Okay, no, that's all right. I just wanted to be.
Yes, what about the other two? They're here? Oh, so they're here, yep. So are you okay to start back at 2 o'clock? Is that all right? 2 o'clock? Okay, so we'll break for 30 minutes and we'll come
Thank
back.
you.
Checking. Right, now things are looking like they're supposed to be doing, so.
Thank you. So we're ready to go now?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. All right, now, good afternoon, Ms. Bidwell. You are an objector, is that correct?
Yes.
Before we get to your evidence, do you want to introduce yourself to the committee?
Yeah, sure. Ko Tania Bidwa ahai. I am a first-time submitter to any council application or process. I am a lead systems innovator for healthy families, which is a service at the Kohau Health. I was born in Hamilton. Probably went to school at Fraser High, lived in Nawton a couple of times, and lived in the neighbouring areas of Nawton, Dinsdale and Aberdeen. Yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you and welcome to this hearing. Ms. Phillips, do you want to swear Mr. Bidwell?
Information.
Oh, affirmation?
Yeah, sure. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Tania Bidwa.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we just confirm the next witness is not in the room, Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
That's great, thank you. Now, Ms. Bidwell, you have a bundle in front of you, is that right?
Yeah.
You can just turn to page 155.
155.
Yes. And on that page, we have your brief of evidence, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that has been filed. And can you confirm the truth, that it's true and correct, and what you've provided in the briefs?
Yes.
Thank you. Now what we're going to do now, Ms. Bidwell, is I'm going to go around the table and see what, who wants to ask you some questions, okay? And I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit. All right.
Okay.
Now, Sergeant, do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. Bidwell, you've said that you've lived in the Nawton area previously. How familiar are you with the area over the last 2 years?
Familiar meaning I probably on average would have visited, because I live in Marawaihia, I would have visited Nawton maybe about once a month for different occasions.
Okay. You're aware of the previous countdown store that was there and the liquor store that was located within the mall?
Yeah.
And you're aware that they closed down in June, July last year, and the bottle store in December, beginning of December.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any difference in the area prior to those closing and currently?
Yeah, nice and quiet. Nice and quiet. Because I've had a couple of community hui at the Western Community Centre. And there just seems to be a different, seems to be a different vibe there. Yeah, a nice vibe.
Compared to previously?
Yeah.
In paragraph 9 of your evidence, you refer to the levels, very concerned at the levels of deprivation, alcohol-related harm in Nawton. What experience do you have around the actual harm within Nawton, particularly related to alcohol-related harm?
I want to answer that in two ways because I have a witness, expert witness, and the process and how our objection came about. Because I really want to highlight, because I've been sitting and listening the line of questioning, and with those of us that have reached out to the support of community, the car group that have supported us, have supported different organisations because of the process to put in a submission, and for our organisations, we don't have not only the capabilities but the capacity to do that. And so my role as a systems innovator is to work with the people that work in the fields, and so no way am I expert, but I am here speaking on their behalf. And when I put together the objection, and so, much like Councillor Muko Toariki, it wasn't a process of copy and paste. I had to do my own research with the different services at the Kōhao House. And so I was confident when submitting the submission that it was true and correct, and because there was a time frame, and that was the best we could do. If I had, if we had the resources, I probably would have done more and lined up more witnesses, but yeah, it's just how it worked out. Now, getting back to your question, so I talked to a lot of our frontline staff. I talked to a lot of our frontline staff that go directly into the homes of whānau that have been impacted by alcohol harm. And you hear stories about that there's no food in the cupboards because they've spent money on alcohol. Or you just have to drive around on rubbish day and look at the recycling bins and see full of alcohol bottles. So the three services that I had talked with, so the first service is our Pai Oranga service, and it's a service for young youth offenders. And you know, I can't give all the details, but you know, some of those offenders are ram raiders, and we know that there is a direct link to the home life and which and the environment, having alcohol around them. So that's youth offenders. The other service I consulted with or talked with is our truancy service. And yeah, when they go into the homes, this is what they experience is whānau don't, you know, spend money on alcohol rather than food. The other service that I also talked with is our whānau order service, and they're social service, which navigate whānau to achieve or become independent of the system. I'm getting mixed up with what I planned in my head. But what I'm trying to tell you is that, yeah, I had consulted with all the different services to make sure that my submission is what we want to submit. And yeah, that's the best we could do at the time.
So in your opinion, with these conversations, since the closure of the bottle store in the supermarket or the off licenses, has there been an improvement within the families that you were dealing with? Is the feedback to you being that there's been an improvement?
That's why I've got my next witness, and she'll be able to answer that for you. Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Medical officer of health.
I'll just ask one question to know if I should ask you the first or if I should wait for you. You're very hot across all of Hamilton.
Yeah.
Would you have information about numbers on the families you service all through Hamilton and then Nawton specifically, or should I ask?
Oh no, I'm actually glad you asked that. Because this is why I wanted to highlight the process, is the timeframes, and if we had the resources, I would have liked to had worked with, because service providers, we hold our own information, you know, kind of work in silos. And what I would have liked to do is gone around to all the service providers to pull all of that information together, because some of the information we're working with is, you know, there's more to it. There's more to the information that we've submitted. And what I would have liked to do is pull together all of that for you, all of that information for you. So can you ask that question again?
So I'm trying to understand how many families you service all through Hamilton, and the families that use your service in Nawton, and this is the families that.
Oh yeah. So that's the first part of that question. The second part is no, but it will take a bit of effort for me to get it to you. Yeah, that's why I wanted to highlight the process.
So in terms of Te Ao Māori, are you able to speak to that, or would you witness be better?
I think she'll be better at articulating. I would try and give it a go. Can we get back to that question? Because I might be able to, yeah. I just want to give justice to,
Inspector?
No, kia ora. Just a couple of things I just want to clarify. Where were you specifically based? Where's your offices or where?
Te Koha, so our main office is based at Wairere Drive.
Okay.
Over in,
Oh, yes, I know.
yeah, Wairere
Over by
Drive.
the past the sports centre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is, yeah.
And do you have any place of work in the Nawton area at all?
Oh, well, so how our services work, so we are a medical and which has a social service that work alongside it. So our clinic is not just restricted to
Nawton.
To Hillcrest. It's
Yeah.
It's actually Waikato wide.
Yeah, so it's quite extensive. Are you specifically hands-on with clients in the Hamilton area? You specifically? Or
Me
is-
as a person,
yeah.
or
Or are you more overall administration?
so I'm a systems innovator, so I work within improving the systems.
Yeah.
And so I work with kaimahi that work directly with
Your
whānau.
clients? Yeah, so that's the frontline staff you're talking about?
Yeah, frontline staff, yeah.
And your next witness is one of the frontline staff?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, no, that's all I've got, guys, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Hewis?
Yes, sir. Good, Tanya. Thanks so much for coming. Can you just tell me a little bit more about the Koha Health and what it does?
So as I mentioned, so we have a medical clinic, and what runs alongside the medical clinic is social services. So, actually I might be able to answer the Te Ao Māori question. So in Te Ao Māori, you cannot do one without the other. So we can't work in the medical clinical field without the social service supporting it, or vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thanks. And I've got a little follow-up question.
Oh, yeah.
What does Te Koha Health see in terms of alcohol-related harm? So you've got the clinical medical side. Are you able to describe any of the patients, the people that might come in, and whether they present any alcohol-related harm issues?
Yeah, okay. I probably want to just go service by service, some of the things that they see, and what I'm aware of, and what I've read in reports, is domestic violence. We also have a mental health service which provides us psychological support, which work in different clinics around the Hamilton, wider Waikato area. And so that's mental health, addictions, also now my witness will probably explain this better than me, but what I want to say is about intergenerational alcohol harm, which we work with families that have intergenerational alcohol substance abuse, you know, whole household and generations. Just can't think at the moment, but I'll probably come up with another question.
I'll ask you a few more. Just so if you go to your evidence.
Okay. Sorry.
Can you ask me?
No, I just wanted to, I'm just remembering now.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Don't let me interrupt.
Sorry, everybody. And on the health side of it, you know, we have diabetes. Heart disease. I'm just trying to think of all of our services that work down in the clinic. Diabetes, stroke. I'll add more to that.
Yeah.
I just can't think at the moment.
Yeah. So those what you described, I think, are what we call kind of chronic.
Yeah, chronic
conditions.
illnesses. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're saying that some of those are caused by alcohol, or which I suppose you're trying to find a link between those sorts of issues and conditions and alcohol. Do you see any link?
Oh yeah. There is a direct link. There is a direct link, and again, my witness will be able to give more information on them.
Okay. And in terms of acute, so this is where if someone's had an accident, you know, that involves alcohol or in their car or something, you know, something like that, where it's acute. Did the clinic deal with those, or do those go up to?
Oh yes, yep. We also have a home care service. And which gives disability support. You've got several services. Yeah.
And just wanted to take you to an objection.
Yep.
Yeah. So just to be clear, so your objection, does that go together with the evidence that you presented? Yeah. So you can talk to both.
Yep.
So I just wanted to understand, in terms of the objection, it has a section in the front about our health and healthy families. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the first two paragraphs, and then there's a section that starts at paragraph 2, that's over on page 152, and goes through to the end. Just wondering how you came about putting this together, this objection together.
As I said, so I'm a part of a national advisory group. It's Kahui Māori, which is a national Māori advisory group for alcohol harm. And they are also a part of that group, and they help us out because a lot of us, you know, it's not our core role. We you know, volunteer ourselves to be a part of that group, but they help us out, and and make us aware of license applications and other new research around alcohol harm. Yeah.
And did Karo communities in South Waham make you aware of this application?
Yes.
And in terms of information, did they provide through the Māori network, did they provide you any of the information that's in your objection?
Yeah. They helped us, or helped me, to pull this information together, and I was really grateful because I wouldn't have said it like this. You know, it probably wouldn't be to council process standards. And yeah, they helped me pull it together. Yeah. Oh, I did tweak it. I tweak a lot of it a bit.
Yeah, so there's a section at the front, and would you like to, yeah, so that specific section in the front, is there anything you wanted to say about that?
Oh, right. So there it explains all of our services that we have at Te Kohau House. And as I said, I work for a service, Healthy Families, and it's for, and it just says there, better health in places where we live, learn, work and play. And yeah, as I said, our reach is Hamilton, Waikato wide.
Just going over to the next page, 152, there's this map in the middle.
Yeah.
And was that provided to you by communities in South Waham?
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of just that, the location of the store, that's with the little blue mark, yeah?
Yeah.
And there's been quite a lot of discussion about what goes on, I suppose, in terms of the statistical area there and then the adjoining statistical areas. But probably what we haven't heard about is just real examples of, you know, alcohol-related harm that go on, particularly in that highly deprived area. And I'm just wondering if your service has come across any people from that area, or any examples of, you know, alcohol-related harm happening in that very vulnerable area.
Yeah. I want to go back to what I had said before, because of the process of this, is that if there was more time, I would have been, and we had more resources, I would have been able to pull precise numbers for you. And I don't know if you understand how services work, service providers work. You know, everybody holds their own information. Actually, we probably could pull them from Te Whatuora, but I would have liked to collate all of those numbers for you. But in saying that too, my next witness is, I think she'll be able to give you the shares.
She's focused a bit more down on this deprivation area.
Yeah.
She might have some more information about what goes on. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave that. And then just over to the next page, there's this paragraph 10 about the applicant suitability. Yeah.
Yep.
And you would have heard questions, I think, because you've been here for the last day and a half, about whether this is going to be a franchise, super liquor, whether it's going to be independent. But at the time that you wrote this objection, you didn't know what.
You had limited information. Yeah.
And do you have any? Do you understand the kind of difference between, say, a super liquor franchise and an independent store?
not really.
No, okay. So it's just that lack of certainty. You didn't know what was going on, so that was an issue
Yeah.
for you. Okay. And then in terms of the applicant's track record at other premises, so again, just in terms of that, what whether you raised that as a concern, just wondering, yeah, what was that in relation to?
Well, just figuring out, the process, that lack of information and lack of information and trying to know exactly who the applicants are. So at the time, yeah, was basically what it said. Don't know. Yeah.
And then there's also been these questions about any relationship between the previous owner of this liquor store, Smugglers Norton, Asahi Ventures Limited, and the new applicant. And we've heard that maybe the landlord is Asahi Ventures Limited. Is that of any concern? You raised it in your objection. Is that still of any concern to you?
I mean, well, again, see, this is what I would have liked about this community engagement thing. Don't really know about the applicant. Sorry, don't know. And when I have a look at the engagement, I would, I would have thought you would have got to know the community a bit better. And yeah, this lack of information, what I don't know how the process works when you need to know. I would think when you would go propose something, you'll tell a little bit about yourself, what you've done, what you would like to do for the community, or and like I'm still learning the process, so that's what I would like to see.
And so, how do you think they would have, for this community, how would they have best engaged with this community? Do you think?
Community hui or something, or talk to the service providers in the area, and they could help guide you on how to go through that process, or
So community hui.
Yeah.
And you would, no one advised you if there was a community hui. You don't know if one went on.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
And then in terms of when the information was provided by Communities Against Self-Harm, did they provide a copy of the application as well?
Apart?
Did when Belinda from Communities Against Self-Harm provided this information, did you receive a copy of the application as well?
Well, to be honest, I can't remember. I know I got a bit of information. Yeah, I guess I can't remember.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask, so this proposal, there was a store there, and now it had its license refused and it's gone. Yeah, that store's gone. Yeah. And this proposal is for a brand new store to be set up in the same place.
Yeah.
So what's your view on whether this license to set up this new store should be granted or not?
Well, again, it goes back to not knowing the process and not knowing the applicant and not knowing the history of, you know, is there any connection? Is it, you know, them just renaming themselves or, you know, reorganizing themselves so they can, you know, same group of people, but a different structure or different applicants.
Yeah.
Don't know, you know, it'd help if we had a community hearing.
So do you think that it would be a good thing for Nawton to have a liquor store again?
Again,
Yeah, sorry, do you think it would be a good thing to have a liquor store at this place in the Nawton Mall?
no,
And there's also been discussion of conditions, like single sale, no single sales, of restricted exterior signage, those sorts of things. Would your view change from no liquor store if those conditions were offered? Sorry, I'll rephrase that. So you said no, you don't want any liquor
Yeah.
store. The applicant's saying, well, we'll do these, have some of these conditions. Would that change your mind, or do you think no?
no,
liquor
yeah,
store?
no, I changed my mind because we've already got enough.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Yes. A couple of times in your evidence, you mentioned about not having enough time to prepare your evidence to present today.
Yeah.
I'm just checking on that. So how long do you think it would have taken to pull together that information?
If I had the resources and the skills and that was my core job, I don't know. You know, I've never done this type of thing before. Probably a week, I suppose.
A week?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just checking then if it was going to take a week and you filed your objection back in February and evidence wasn't due until August. Why you didn't have enough time?
Well, I just explained to you, didn't have the resources. I don't do this as a, you know, this is not my core role. I'm a first time submitter. I'm still understanding the space, the process. So I wouldn't be expected to, as I said, I don't know I don't know, I have no experience in this, so.
But you've obviously been heavily assisted by Communities Against Alcohol Harm, and there's mention of Belinda. And as you know, they do this often throughout New Zealand. This is what they do.
Yeah.
So if you had that contact with them and they helped you write this objection in February, why then did you not talk to them if you weren't sure what to put in for your evidence in August?
Can you say that again?
So the evidence you've filed is very brief. Today we've heard a whole lot of new information. What you actually filed was about a page of evidence.
Yeah.
So and you said if we had more time, we could tell you. But you objected back in February, and you had assistance from people who know how to do this. So why then could you not get the evidence that you want to now talk to and present?
I think you're assuming I knew what I was doing.
Well, you were assisted, weren't you?
Yeah.
But you're saying then did they not talk to you again? They just left you to be.
Yeah, I think you're assuming that the support that was sufficient, and I'm not saying that they didn't do it, you know, I didn't appreciate their help. I think you're assuming that that they had done a lot of as I said, this is not my area of expertise, and this is not my core role. And I needed more than what they were able to give me.
Okay, so look, I completely understand it's not many people's area of expertise coming to do this. So, but in terms of they helped you with your objection, and that's set out from page 151 through. So that's 4 pages of written information about everything that you've got an issue with.
Yeah,
So then you need to be able to turn up and speak to that and give information to support that. So you didn't understand that's what today was about.
yeah, no, I understood that, but I didn't know, what I'm trying to say, I would have loved to be at a higher level. But this is the best we can give at the moment, because we don't have the resources.
Okay, so because your evidence is quite general in
Yeah.
terms of what and you've also talked about if we knew more about the applicant, we could have done this, or if we'd heard from them, we could have done that. So when you do understand that the applicant filed quite a substantial application, setting out everything about themselves, what they were doing, the entity, the directors, the people, the association with the previous operator. Do you understand that's what was filed? Because you
Yeah.
refer to that, and you know that's how your objection was done from that application. So did you read that?
Is that a part of this?
It was that generally the application is what you're reading when you're deciding, do I have a problem with this bottle store? So when you're thinking, oh, someone's made an application, the starting point is there is an application that's produced. In fact,
Yeah.
Dr. Hewison asked you, did Belinda give you a copy of it?
Yeah, and I said I can't quite remember exactly what it was she gave me.
Right.
Yeah.
So would it have been useful if she gave you the application to read, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you just want to refer her to the application?
Yes,
Just to see
absolutely.
where
So
she was
page
sitting?
9 of the bundle.
Oh, you know, oh, actually, I thought you were asking me something else. To me, so this is the application.
Yes, that's the application.
You got
Um,
page 9?
So it starts at page 9 and it runs through
yeah,
quite long.
yeah.
Yeah, to page 56.
Just take your time and have a look, just to see whether you.
Yeah, no,
Recognize it.
no, yeah, sorry, I have got this. I thought you were talking about something else. To me, is this it?
What do you mean? Is this it?
Is this all the application?
This is what everyone has to file. They have to file an application. So the Hamilton City Council has a form that you complete when you want to open.
Yeah.
And then you can choose, you have to complete that form and you have to provide a certain level of information. And if you want, you can provide some further information to assist with to explain. So in this case, you'll see that there's a letter from page 9 through to page 12, which accompanies the application, has further information. So the form is reasonably brief and the council only requires some level of information, but then you can provide more. So yes, this is what has to be filed at the start. So everyone who wants a license in Hamilton, on or off filed an application.
Yeah, okay. So yes, I thought, yes, I did read this. And yeah, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it suffices to what.
So did you read this before you filed your objection at the start of the year?
No.
Okay. So when you prepared the objection that you filed, and it goes into big detail about what the applicant wants to do, how did you know if you hadn't read the application?
Oh, as I said, I got support from community against alcohol harm, and we had a wānanga about it with the services.
So you relied on them to put the information in your objection. So when you answered questions and you said, I don't know anything about the applicant,
Yeah,
and when Dr. Hewson took you to this and said, asked you the questions about your objection, and you said, well, I don't know anything about them.
yeah.
If you had read the application, do you see on page 9 there's a section about the applicant? So it talks about what other stores they run.
Yeah, but that's what I don't want to know about that.
You
I
don't
want to know about, because, you know, as I just said, I come from a medical social background.
Okay. So I. Isn't it important? I mean, isn't the issue about if there's going to be a store in this community, who is going to be running it? That's important to you? So, would it, and you've questioned the applicant, so this is information about them. So why is that not important to you?
Are we looking at the same page? Page
Yes.
9?
Yep, and then it goes through
Am I looking at the same
page 9, and then you turn the
Start
page,
there.
there's more information about them.
Oh,
And then over the page.
yeah.
And then it talks all about, it goes on to talk about the area that they know about, talks about the training they're going to give their staff, conditions they're prepared to offer. So
Hmm.
that's not important to you.
Yeah, that's just the beginning. I mean, this is real meaningful community engagement.
Well, that you understand this process isn't community engagement. This process is making an application to operate a store. So you are saying this isn't important to you, though you've talked about it extensively in your objection.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you is that's what I was expecting, what I would expect to hear. You know, that this is standard, I suppose. This is standard, and what I would have expected was more information about the applicants and you know, what are their intentions in the community.
So in terms of intentions in the community, they are going to be coming in and operating a business. And so they're talking about how they're going to operate that business in their community. That's what, so that is what the committee needs to consider. How will this bottle store comply with what?
So there's no social responsibility, it's just a take relationship.
I don't.
But that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I would expect and to read in applications.
So when they're talking about the supply, did you read? Well, no, I know. Have you read now? Because you've said you've read it now about the conditions that they're going to put. So they've offered conditions in terms of how they sell in the community. Have you read that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so
but I've heard.
Okay,
yeah.
so if we go to page 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the applicant has offered a restriction on single sales.
Yeah.
So that's talking about what products and how they'll sell them. So that would indicate an acknowledgement of the community and how they will sell it to that community. Do you accept that?
Okay, yeah, yeah,
And then they've talked about they won't sell any alcoholic games or toys or accessories promoting excessive drinking. So that's another condition they'll put on the license. So they won't
okay,
have
but
anything
they're still
like,
selling alcohol though, eh?
absolutely, that's the requirements of a bottle store. 85% of your sales must be alcohol. Yes, so that's absolutely what they will be doing.
Yeah, okay, right, yep, yep, yep.
And they've also said, we won't accept buy now, pay later.
Yep.
So you accept that that is a socially responsible thing to do. So they're not allowing people to buy alcohol on those sort of credit type arrangements.
Yeah. That's just the start of being socially responsible.
Yes, so and then if they were to say, we won't do any remote sales, would that make you happier about not doing remote sales?
Yep, keep going, yep. What else? What else you got?
Well, look, we could be here a long time, and I think so.
Well, that's why we need to have a community hui, so we can see
Okay,
what.
oh, okay, well, so let's talk about the community hui. Okay, so you've sat through the evidence and you heard the questions that I put to Councillor Tauriki about wanting to engage with him to set up. And so the applicant's going to give evidence about contacting him to have a community hui.
Oh, yeah, yep, cool.
And did you hear how many times Councillor Tauriki was contacted to ask to speak to him to set this up?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so about 6
Yeah.
times. And is it disappointing to you that he wouldn't engage with the applicant to arrange that ability to have a community hui?
well, it didn't sound like it was intentional, it sounded like he's a busy man.
So but in terms of you saying the applicant doesn't want to engage, if the applicant's making all those attempts to get this hui with someone who puts themselves out there as the voice of this community and the Māori community in particular, isn't that trying to engage? What is wrong with the applicant in this situation?
Hang on. There's a lot of, can you answer me that? Because there's a few
Can you just
questions in
break it
there.
down?
Okay, so you accept that several attempts were made to contact Councillor Tauriki.
Yeah, right, yep.
Do you accept that Councillor Tauriki is the one of the Māori appointed electoral councillors
Yeah.
in Hamilton?
Yeah.
And so he would be an appropriate person to lead or facilitate a hui, would he?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And do you accept that the applicant asked him to set up this hui so that they could speak to the community? So you heard the evidence that they kept contacting this person who was the best person to do it. You heard that?
Yeah, right.
So why are you critical of the applicant and not trying to engage with the community?
I can't answer for Moko's or Councillor Moko Tauriki process or action or lack of or whatever. But critical of the applicants. What did you say?
I'm saying why are you critical? You've said the applicant should engage, it should have a community hui when you asked. But they have tried to. Do you accept they've tried to?
It was, yeah, can you just tell me who they've tried to, who he was?
So,
Besides, councillor.
well, look,
He shouldn't be the only one you go
no,
to.
there'll be the applicant will be able to give full evidence in terms of it, but in terms of, I suppose, you've talked about speaking to the Māori community in particular. And so Councillor Tawariki at a previous hearing offered to facilitate a hearing. And then, so that has been driven through him, because that's been the most appropriate person that the applicant's been aware of to do it. So is there someone else who you think would be more appropriate?
Not at the moment, I can't think of anybody.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms Hilditch. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just one or two, Tanya. There are many different service organisations within your broader organisation you work for.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Are any of them a PHO, a primary health organisation?
We do have a mental health counselling service.
Right.
Which,
So,
yes.
right, so mental health counselling, but none of the entities that are under the broader umbrella, it isn't a medical clinic. You don't see patients.
Yes, we do see patients. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So you have doctors.
Yes.
Right. So that's a primary health organisation.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't understand.
It's all right.
Yeah.
So medical clinic, you're part of a PHO. PHOs need to have a lot of data.
Yeah.
So they need to know where their patients are.
Yeah.
How many patients does the organisation have in Nawton?
I can't give you those numbers at the moment. Thank you. Sorry.
Right.
Did you want?
Well, you're making submissions about the medical and social background and welfare of the community.
Yeah.
Your organisation has a PHO.
Yeah.
Which has registered patients with medical ailments. Wouldn't take long to print a report that says how many patients do we have in Nawton? Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Did you do an analysis of those patients that may have alcohol-related harm? I'm not asking for the details, I'm just asking for the volume of patients that have.
Well, again, that's what I tried to explain before.
Right.
If I had time, if I had the resources and understood the process, and because I'm a first time submitter, I'll probably have all of that ready for you.
But what resources do you need to get your database to tell you how many patients?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because I would like to tap into the council's business analysts. Well, might be pushing it a bit, but I don't know at the moment, but it's those types of skills I would need to support me to pull that information together.
Right.
Because I don't, also our organisation works alongside other service providers. You know, we try to work as collectively as we can.
Your background and your expertise, I understand, is in the medical and the social area of service.
Yes.
How many clients do you have? How many clients does your organisation look after in the medical and social area of the provision of services? Do you know that?
No, I can't give you the exact number.
Okay, and nor can you tell me a breakdown of that number and how it relates to Nawton, the area.
Yes, I can get that information for you, but I haven't got it on me at the moment.
You said earlier on that since the two businesses have closed, there's been an improvement. I think that was your word. What's improved?
I feel, you know, the vibe's different. It's calmer. The last time I visited Western Community Centre, you know, it was, you know, kind of bustling.
Right.
Bustling, you know, with the kids playing on the playground and yeah, it was a little bit safer.
Excellent. So that's as a result of you visiting there.
Mm.
Wonderful. But have you any data that you can point to in the work you or your organisation does in the medical and social area that there's been an improvement?
No, not on me at the moment, but I could find it again if I was given time.
Right. Thank you.
You were given time, so, you know, I think Ms. Rawcliffe was asking questions how you first filed the objection in February, and the evidence was due until sometime in August, so you had 6 to 7 months to put together this information. So just looking at time.
Yeah.
6 or 7 months, it's plenty of time, isn't it?
Well, maybe for others that understand the space and work in that area, and understand council process.
Because you talked about the lack of resources.
Mhm.
Did you ask for resources?
Well, to be honest, because I didn't understand the process, so I thought what we had provided is enough, because I didn't understand the process. Yeah,
So you had the assistance of CAR.
yeah.
Did you ask them about the process?
No, I didn't. Well, probably not to that extent, you know, not to that extent.
They were willing to engage with you, right?
Yeah.
In actual fact, they were the ones who told you about this application.
Yeah.
So it was a two-way thing, right? You could have asked them lots of questions.
But you don't know what to ask if you don't know.
Well, you don't know the process.
Yeah.
And did you ask, what's the process involved in all of this?
Well, yeah, to be honest, I was just going with their guidance, and I just thought that that's just all I needed to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So lack of resources, did you go to your organisation to ask for more resources?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at what point between that 6 to 7 months, when did you ask for the resources?
Oh, I can't remember offhand. Probably midway through. Maybe May.
And was it declined?
Oh, we'll figure it out.
Did you keep asking them for resources?
No, I didn't think as I said, I didn't think I needed to.
Okay.
But, you know, as I said, you know, just observing, and now I realise these are the things we need to put in place.
So you filed an objection before you've seen the application, right?
I can't remember if I had looked at the actual application or notes.
When you say notes, what sort of notes are we talking about?
Can't remember. I have to go back on my emails.
Because you talked about how you wanted to know more about the business and what they would do and things like that. And then that information, some of that information is in the application, right?
Well, you've just made me aware of it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say you just made me aware of it now, it was the first time you were aware of what's in the application, or when were you first made aware of that?
Sorry.
Well, what I'm trying to understand here is that did you come into this with an open mind, or were you just going to object to this application without knowing anything about it?
Oh, no, honestly, I like to be open-minded when it comes to business, because I believe in Uh, we need some economic growth. And you need money and funds to pay for things. But weighing it up with what alcohol harm does in our communities, it's not worth it. Long term, it's not worth it. So let's answer your question. No, yeah, when it comes to small business owners, I like to be open-minded.
All right.
Yeah.
So open-minded. And so when you talk about alcohol-related harm in the community, you weren't able to give us any data in relation to the Nawton, right?
But, yeah.
So is it just that you just oppose on the principal basis of alcohol-related harm in general?
Yes, but you know, it's the wider effects too of Hamilton wide. You know, just because it's there's an alcohol store wherever in Hamilton, you know, there's just too many anyway.
Okay. And when you say too many anyway, I mean, we're talking about Nawton.
Yeah.
Itself.
Yeah.
And you would have heard there's a Blackpool liquor on Avalon Drive.
Yeah.
And that's the extent of a bottle store around Nawton.
Well,
Is
that's
that too
enough,
many?
isn't it? There's
So-
one for that area because there's one over and down in Dinsdale and yeah. Isn't that enough?
Well, we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Look, there's been a lot of questions asked of you this afternoon, Ms. Bidwell. And has there been anything that you want to clarify before we conclude your evidence?
I've got to get the notes. No, I think I've said everything. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much for coming, Ms. Bidwell. And as you know, we've got a second hearing coming up, and you're more than welcome to turn up. And if you want to know more about the applicant, you can ask them lots of questions if you like. Okay?
Yeah.
So you're more than welcome to do that. And I understand you've got a witness coming, so you're more than welcome to stay where you are.
Okay.
And we'll just call the next witness. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yep. Good afternoon. Is it Miss Teokoto?
Yes.
Now what we're going to do is we'll get you sworn in or confirm to tell the truth before we get into your evidence? Yeah. That's all right. And Ms. Phillips, are you ready? Do we have a bundle as well? That's the case. Thank you.
Please state your full name for the record. Please place your hand on the Bible. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Yes. That's right answer.
Thank you, Ms. Tiokotai. Can you please turn to page 160 in the bundle? So can you confirm that that is the brief of evidence that you have filed for this hearing? Page 160?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that is true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, what I'm going to do is, we've all read your brief. It is very brief. So what I'll do is I'll go around the table and I'll ask people whether they have any questions for you. Okay? Sure. All right, Sergeant.
What is an interventions and health promoter? What do you actually do?
So my role as an interventions and health promoter is that I work in public health systems, specifically at the moment around gambling, harm and addictions prevention. So I do go out into the community. I do information sessions for the community around gambling, harm and also addictions. And my second part of my role is that I provide clinical counselling for whānau who are wanting support around gambling, harm and addiction. So that looks like some talk therapy sessions sometimes, and sometimes it looks like whānau and group sessions. I also do in-service deliveries for other organisations. So I go out to other organisations, promote our service, tell them what we do and how we can help families or people who are seeking support for gambling, harm and addictions issues that they're experiencing.
So you're actually dealing with individuals with alcohol related harm and other issues.
Yes.
And you're directly dealing with those on a face-to-face basis.
We do face-to-face sessions. We also do phone counselling and also over Zoom sessions are options available.
How well do you know the Nawton Mall area?
The Nawton Mall area. I actually previously used to live on Rodney Street, which is directly opposite Nawton. So I lived there from maybe 5 years ago, and we just moved in November last year. So I'd say I'd say quite well from that experience.
Have you been back to the place since you've moved away? Do you still go to the mall?
Yes, I still visit regularly near my flatmates who I was living with still live there. And their auntie and uncle to my baby, so we still go and visit regularly.
Yeah, so you're aware that in June, July last year, the Countdown closed?
Yes.
And then on the 1st of December, the bottle store closed?
Yes.
What have you noticed in a change in the environment since that time?
The Countdown, I've noticed the Countdown was a huge loss to the community, just in terms of them being able to access kind of the daily groceries now having to go out. In terms of the bottle store, and I'm going to be honest, I can't differentiate whether it was from the closure of the Countdown or whether it was directly from the closure of the bottle store. But the park that is just up on Hyde Street, just down the road, a couple hundred metres, when I have been taking baby there since we left, there's not as much smashed bottles or damage to that park area now. Also, there seems to be less. I'm not exactly sure if they're homeless people, but stragglers. I'd say there's less stragglers hanging around by the bakery, the takeaway shop, the area just outside. I have noticed that the pub in the Nawton Moor seems to be more filled with people than what it used to be. Previously, while I was living there, you'd get kind of a huge kind of crowd on a Thursday and Friday night because they run karaoke and the quiz nights on Thursday and Friday night. So there used to be a huge crowd there on Thursday and Friday night, but the other nights kind of generally seem to be quiet. But I noticed that since both the Countdown and the bottle stores are closed, there's a larger amount of people there when we're visited on other random days and on weekends.
Very subjective question, but why do you think that is?
Hopefully, I mean, I think when you can't have a party at home, but you can't really go anywhere else because of distance, then you just kind of go to what's closest or what your next available option is closest to, within walking distance or biking distance. That's what I think it is.
But why would the influence of the closure of the off licenses impact on the prosperity of the on license?
Sorry, could you say that again?
So you said that it's got better since the off license is closed.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? Why do you think that it's got better? Why are more people going to the tavern now that the bottle store is closed?
I think that it's access. You know, while we were living there, because you could walk to and from the bottle store, to and from the Countdown, you could just pick your box up and start drinking them on the way home, which I know is illegal public spaces, but that's what people would do. We would see people go there with the whole store and walking home down the street, open their box and start drinking them as they're going. I think with the increase of closing of the bottle store, and the rules that kind of the pub is governed by in terms of you can't leave the premises having not finished your bottle, like they stop you at the door and tell you you can't take that out. That I think that's what has made a bit of a difference in that area. Yeah, I'm not sure if that answers the question.
We'll go to your work role.
Mhm.
How many people do you, or how many whānau, how many families, how many individuals are you able to say that you deal with within the close proximity of the mall in that Norton area?
So in the, I think in, so in the Norton area, in terms of our geographical boundary and how it's outlined a bit differently, so we don't, Norton is just seen as one kind of full suburb, that we don't kind of separate by northeast, south or west or anything like that. And so for our collective, we service the Manawataki region, which goes as far north as Huntly. We come down south to Karapiro, go out towards Te Awamutu, and then down to Te Kuiti. So those kind of our four boundary markers. In terms of Norton specifically, I currently hold a caseload of 86 whānau. And $14 of those whānau live in the Norton suburb. Sorry, 13, sorry, I just discharged one, yes, 13.
So the 86 is for the large area.
The larger Hamilton area, yes.
Are you able to tell me how many other co-workers you have doing the same role also have clients within that Norton area?
So I am the only clinical practitioner in our service. There is one other person in my team who is a community support worker, and effectively we share the whānau that we have, if that makes sense. So I manage all the kind of clinical aspects, and then he does the social aspects, support in terms of support for that same whānau. So he would have the same 13 that I would be seeing.
So when you discharge a client, they're out of your service.
So when they, yes, so when I discharge a client, they're out of our service. They remain open in our system for 1 year. And then when the 1 year mark, they have follow-up check-ins at 6 months, and then again at 1 year to see how they're doing and how they're progressing.
Again, a question that may or may not be able to answer. You cover a very large area. 13 in the area that we're talking about, in the Nawton area, is that proportionally high for the areas you cover? I noticed you mentioned Maniapoto Tikawiti. I know that's got lots of issues. From your experience, 13 out of 86 is a reasonably high proportion for a small area compared to the large area you have.
Yes, I'm going to say yes. Nawton has the highest amount of whānau who we're currently servicing. The next closest suburb who we're servicing is the uni, Hamilton East Uni area, and there are 8. So in comparison, yeah.
And of those 13, without getting into too much personal information on those individuals, is alcohol a predominant factor in the issues that
Yes.
they are presenting to your service?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Medical officer of health.
I only have one more as a follow-up, this is last question.
Sorry, Sue, just, you need to talk really loud.
Okay.
Because we're recording it and this is getting very quiet when you're saying this.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I just have one follow-up from Surgeon, and that's with regards to the 13 that you say is from Nawton. In the line of this kind of job, it's easy to lose so many things in numbers.
Yes.
So you can see 13 and people think it's 13. So can you please walk me through your continuum of care? So with the cases you've done.
Yeah.
From when they enter into your service.
Yeah.
Until exit. What's it like from the barest minimum, one case of barest minimum,
Yeah.
and one case of.
So we have an open referrals. I suppose I have to start there. We have an open referral system. We do not have a age limitation. We do not have a gender or anything like that. So the whānau are referred into our service. Either they can self-refer, they can refer via the 0800 alcohol or gambling helplines, who will take their details and then send an email through to our admin team. And the third form of referral is via our referral portal, which is called Te Whareki. Once that referral comes through, the information is sent to me. I then phone the whānau themselves. We arrange for a face-to-face initial appointment. That initial appointment is where we do the consent and where we do a assessment of needs. Nothing else happens during that first assessment or first meeting. After that, we rebook for the next hui, whatever the next hui will be. And then that's where, at the second meeting is where we develop the plan for care, what that will look like, who that will involve. And then at the end of each meeting is when we schedule for when the next meeting will be. We look for markers such as how whānau are tracking in terms of their goals, whether there's improvements to their health. What else do we look for? We look for whānau health as well. in terms of the household, because we are a whānau order service. And then the final kind of main indicator is based off what the client or what the whānau tell us in terms of how they're feeling. If they choose to withdraw from service, they can withdraw from service at any time, regardless of whether we think professionally they still require support or not. It becomes their choice. Once they are ready to be discharged, or once they choose to be discharged, then we close the working file, but they stay open on our system. And then we get an alert sent at 6 months to complete the 6-month check-in, and then we get another alert sent at the 1-year check-in. At the 6-month check-in, if they say they're all good, they're still tracking fine, then we don't re-engage, and the same at the 12-month. If at either of those times they say they require support or they're struggling a little bit, they can automatically re-engage into service. They don't have to re-enroll or anything like that.
Do you make referrals? Like, have you ever been at any stage where you think there's more intervention needed and you have to refer?
Yes.
What sort of services do you refer them to?
So we're because we're a primary service, we're limited in terms of risk, how much risk we can manage and carry. And so when it reaches a certain level of risk, then I refer on to secondary services. In Hamilton here, it's usually either the CADS team, which is by DHB, they do alcohol and drug secondary service level support, or places like Odyssey House, or also Manning Street, which is another alcohol and drug service that's run by the DHB. We do a lot of referrals to secondary mental health, either through Hauora Waikato or Ngāringa Awhina, or London Street and Capting, for additional supports as well.
Thank you. Speaker?
Yeah, kia ora. The Sergeant's stolen most of my questions, but I'm going to clarify some of them anyway. So you're based in Warrior Drive?
Yes, I am.
On the back centre Nawton Road?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you lived in Rodney Street, which is pretty close.
Yeah.
How does that area in Nawton compare to other areas in Hamilton, just in your experience, in Hamilton specifically, not Te Kuiti, but?
In Hamilton, in terms of, sorry, in terms of personal living
clients
or
and
clients.
problems. Yeah.
I would say in terms of the problems or presenting issues, very similar to, say, whānau who present in Te Kuiti, whānau who present in Ngāroa Wāhia. We've got issues with employment, got issues with education for the kids. We've got issues with, I'm just going to say general poverty.
So all of those issues, what's the cause?
So for some, majority of whānau, intergenerational trauma, that's just continued and passed through. Poverty again, lack of employment, alcohol, drugs, what else have we got? Domestic violence is a huge one.
But you're saying one of the main contributing factors would be alcohol?
Alcohol, yes.
Okay. So you talked about your caseload in Nawton being 13. Can you, is that, what have the levels been like over the last 2 or 3 years? Is this the highest level, or is it down, or is it up, or what was it like to say 2 years ago?
So I am just coming up 2 years in this contract or in this position.
Yeah.
So previous to me, the contract only allowed for gambling harm. With the changes of legislation or government and recently, interventions and alcohol was only included at the beginning of last year. What was last year, 2020? Yes, 23. Yeah, at the beginning of 2023, into this contract. So previous to that, in order to access support for alcohol or drugs, you had to be referred specifically to an alcohol or drug service. 2 years ago, at the time, there were only 2 services available. That was Te Ara Piki, who is run by Higgins Road, Te Runanga or Kirikiriroa in Higgins Road. And the only other service at that time was also Youth Intact. So those were the only 2 services that were offering alcohol and drug specific support
Prior
at
to 2 years
community
ago.
level prior to 2 years ago. Since then, with the changes, we've had the introduction of the AOD court. Those 2 services are still running. Our contracts have been changed or extended to allow for addictions and alcohol and drug support treatment. There's also been a change in terms of outer agencies to give a bit more flexibility in terms of referrals they accept for places like, the word is escaping me at the moment, for detox residences. The Henry Romo Bennett Centre also reopened 2 beds specifically that are held for AOD detox at that kind of high risk.
Okay, I just want to focus on the Nawton area though.
Yeah.
So say 18 months ago, you got
Yes.
13 cases now.
Yes.
Can you remember what you had 18 months ago?
No,
Okay.
so I cannot remember.
Now, without giving any personal details, are you able to, of your 13 cases in Nawton and even going back a little bit, are you able to give any specific matters that are, you don't have to answer this, but some specific matters that are relevant to alcohol-related harm in the Nawton area, without naming times and names and things?
So incident, do you mean a specific incident?
Yeah, families that have been affected by alcohol-related harm
Oh, yes,
that are in the Nawton area.
So in June this year, we were called to support a family who were experiencing domestic violence. We didn't do the initial assessment, we were just called as a supporting team. And the catalyst for the domestic violence was that the domestic violence only occurred in times of drinking when alcohol was present in the home at parties. Outside of that, there was no domestic violence. On that incident in particular, there was a minor, she was 13, and the grandmother, both who had been physically assaulted quite badly and hospitalized. So that was in June. Other issues have been around underage drinking, where the kids have taken or been provided. We've never actually been able to determine which alcohol, when they've gone to the skate park and behind the community centre building there and consumed the alcohol, and the bottles have been smashed and left there. We've had issues around Fraser High School students and alcohol use. We've had to go in and run a program, which we finished. It was only a 1 week program, which we ran in March. And that was just to provide alcohol education. We have tried and failed on a few occasions where there's been two particular people who the community have recognised as being quite intoxicated and just hanging around the shopping mall by where the old Video Easy, that kind of alleyway, the area there, going to the back, hanging around there and scaring people and intimidating people under the influence of alcohol.
So having to deal with all this stuff,
Mhm.
how do you think another 2 licenses are going to go back in the Northern area?
Well, generally, just as a general health matter, increased access means increased problems or difficulties in terms of health. And so in an area like Nawton, where we primarily work with whānau Māori, Nawton having such a high population Māori, for us it means further increased risk when we're in a current position of already as a service being unable to meet the need that is already present through lack of resourcing or whatever. You know, like I said, I've got 86 people on my caseload. I know 13 of them are in Nawton alone. But that's what increased access or increased availability does in our arena.
That's good. Thank you. Very helpful. I've got another question.
Thank you. Dr. Hewitton?
No questions.
Ms. Walcliffe?
No questions.
Ms. Hilditch?
Just one, please. Te Koho Health,
Yes.
is that a standalone organisation?
Te Koho Health is
By that I mean, is there a body above that?
so we are a part of Te Ngina Collective, but we are a standalone organisation which is attached to Kirikiriroa Marae.
So what I'm trying to say is, do you have reports that must be submitted to?
Yes.
Where would they go to?
So depending on which contract, so my reporting goes to Ministry of Health New Zealand, Te Whatu Ora, Health New Zealand, I'm not sure what they're called these at the moment. Health New Zealand, I believe. Sorry, name changes so often. So my reports are submitted directly to Health New Zealand, but I do have 2 reporting systems. So my quarterly report goes to Health New Zealand. I also have a monthly report, which is specifically based around statistical data that's automatically generated from the CLIC system, which Health New Zealand owns. However, it is Waikato DHB, which pulls that data. So 2 different.
And would your reporting, what are the matters you're reporting on in terms of alcohol related?
So I have a specific template, and one which has 11 sections. One of the sections in the template is specifically, I have to provide 3 case scenarios specifically related to whānau who are engaged in alcohol specific related harms, or who have been specifically referred for alcohol use disorder or alcohol concerns only. In that, I must provide a case summary, which includes why they were referred, how long they had to wait for their referral time, who they were referred by, the most pertinent issue that aligns to that, and also must include their level of risk in regards to the alcohol use. And to determine that level of risk, we use a screening form, which is either the GAD-7, the PHQ-9, or the audit assessment. So those three assessments are clinical medical assessments, which have been developed by, they're not ours, they're from the medical world.
So you are providing information to the wider health community about alcohol-related harm that you encounter in the Rocky that you have?
Yes. Yes.
So could that be available to help in this matter today? Are you able to say, for example, that in the last 2 years, as we've been talking about, just for your experience, what those instances or occasions have been, and where they have been?
So I'm not sure I understand the
Are you
question.
able to quantify the amount of instances where there has been a report, or you needed to report on alcohol-related harm?
Oh, yes, I would be able to. I don't have that data with me here today, but
Is that something that could be made available? Perhaps
We can have a talk.
we might need to do it.
Councillor Watson.
Yes, hi, thanks for your evidence. Where did you get the information about a number of patients in Nawton, the 13? Is that from your memory or from a database?
no, so we have a database. So we use two databases at our work. One is named Whānau Tahi. The other one is called the CLIC database, where that's the report that gets automatically generated.
And so there was no resource problem getting the data?
No, because the referrals are made to us, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. And when did you run that figure of 13?
Just last week.
Excellent. And that's where you're able to say that in fact it was 14,
Yes.
but it's not 13.
Yeah.
Help me understand the journey, the health journey with your patients. I mean, is it 12 months or is it 2 years? Is it 6 months?
I'm never able to give a timeline because it's all individualized. It's all dependent on the level of need, plus whatever presenting risks are present for that whānau. And because it's our belief that alcohol is used as the tool or the coping, I don't like saying coping mechanism, but
Right.
it's used as the coping mechanism, but it hides the underlying or the root causes of the issue. And then the use of it just exasperates whatever the core issue is. And so depending on what that is, kind of dictates the length of time. And then we have to counter in how willing or how much insight does this person have into what they're experiencing? Do they make it easy for us, or are they quite resistant to change?
So as an organisation, your sort of key performance indicators, do you sort of provide a report every 6 months or 12 months how many clinical engagements you're having?
Yeah, so the CLIC system generates a monthly report, and that is specific to data and statistics around how many clinical interventions we've had, how many facilitations. So facilitations are when we've gone out and done kind of in service to other organisations. So it tracks that, and then the quarterly report, which goes to the ministry, is the, I suppose, overarching report of how the service is run for this quarter.
So if you wanted, would it be easy for you to be able to say, June last year, we were managing this number of patients, and that is either increase or decrease from 6 months before that or 6 months post?
Yeah.
Right, excellent. You currently can't sort of tell us what the trend's been since your portfolio sort of responsibility started. I think you said 2023. When was that in 2023?
January.
Excellent. So at the beginning of the year,
Yes.
2023.
Yeah.
And so right now you can't tell us what the peaks and trough has been in terms of numbers, but you could get that for us.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Turning your mind now to your example as a clinician at the coalface concerning the family. And I think there was a young 13-year-old girl and a grandmother. Just confirm again when that occurred.
So there's June?
June 2024.
Yes.
Right. Did you make an inquiry where that alcohol was purchased from?
Yes.
Right. And where was that?
From he said down the road at the mall.
Right. So June 2024, it was, right. So are you aware of when Countdown and the liquor store at the mall no longer was open?
I'm not aware of the specific dates. I just know that they were not open last year.
Right. So when they said down the road, and you know that the liquor store wasn't open at the mall and Countdown wasn't open.
Yeah.
So where do you think they got the alcohol from? What you don't know?
No.
Right. So you don't know where they got the alcohol?
No.
But it wasn't from the Nawton mall?
Yeah.
Okay, great. In terms of the example of underage drinking, so could you give me a slightly more detail? When was that? You said that you were engaged as a result of young people at the skate park consuming alcohol underage. When was that?
Gambling Harm Awareness Week. So it would have been September 2023.
Excellent. 2023.
Yeah.
And in that particular case, were you able to, did you make an inquiry as to where the alcohol was purchased?
With the kids? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where was it purchased?
So they got it from they said they stole it, but they wouldn't tell us where they stole it from. We just got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was stolen, but you're not sure where they got it from?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bidwell, do you have any questions?
I'm done.
That concludes your evidence. So thank you very much for turning up today to give evidence.
No problem.
Now I indicated, Ms. Bidwell, that obviously you're more than welcome to turn up to the second part of the hearing to ask questions. And there's been indications of whether you and Ms. Gill also can provide further data to the committee. If you were to do that, I just want to know, are you able to turn up to the second hearing or to give evidence? Because as you can appreciate, we haven't seen the data, right? And if you were to provide any of the data, and I'll have yet to speak to all the parties, they need an opportunity to review the data and have some questions. They might have some questions to ask you. So are you able to be present at the second hearing to give evidence to both of you if you were to provide further data?
Sorry.
That's right. So the second hearing is from the 7th to the 9th of October.
So are you saying that as you would have observed, Serena's the expert here. And so we'll probably need her more than I.
Yes.
And so she's allowed to come.
So if she is going to provide data and she
Yeah.
can speak to it, then she will need to be there.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing here is I'm just thinking, okay, well, do I ask for further data or do we just say, look, we're not going to get further information because you've had your chance? And the thing here is that I'm not going to ask for further information if the parties are getting an opportunity to question you about it. And I'll get the views of the party shortly, but I just want to know whether you're going to be available.
7th to the 9th. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, it's hard for me to say.
I know.
Without my calendar.
You just want
in front
to
of me.
stick your calendar and I'll just have a
Yeah,
chat
is
to
that
the.
okay?
Can I just
to the-
grab my phone?
Yeah, is that all right? We can have a quick discussion. Is that all right, everybody? Because we've heard this data and they haven't been able to provide that, and ideally we would like to have all of that data for the day. So that the parties can ask about it.
So process wise,
Yes.
then
There's all
in
the
my
evidence
opinion,
coming.
well, no, not that. It's the standing of that individual. If she is to come back and give evidence, she then becomes a witness of the committee. So she will shift. So, and I'm sure I can see the look on the face. There's a question around it.
No, you go and then I'll go.
No, I mean, it's just a process in that she would then become a witness of the committee. So there'd be a requirement for her to come back because whose witness does she then become?
Well, I think they're trying to work out whether both of them can come, and one of them could be online just to say, I'm here, and then pass over to Charlene, so.
Could it not be specific data and just get them to submit it?
No, because the applicant needs to be able to question them about it.
I suppose my comments are, we started with the evidence at 2:05. They've had 6 months to present the evidence to this committee. We've spent 2 hours on their evidence already. Why should there be an opportunity now that could delay the hearing even further on the next round? We've got a lot of people to hear at that stage and we haven't got through many in this day and a half. So my view is they've had a good opportunity. They've spoken to the facts. Also, I suppose, look at the evidence for the weight of the number when we're talking about 13 and a population of 29,000. You know, all that needs to be weighed up in terms of time spent. So that's just my comments on those matters.
Your views,
I think we should hear
agency?
And that's why I say they need to be a witness of the DLC, because to some extent I agree with the council.
Because I know your views about new evidence.
Yes, but this has been addressed mostly by the questions from the DLC rather than questions by the agency. So that's what I mean, procedurally they become a witness of the committee and therefore you're quite entitled to, in my opinion. It would be different if I was asking that and then asking, well, can you bring that back? It's not me who's asking.
No, I understand that, and I know that my colleagues have asked questions about it. That's why I want to just air it out first before we go and talk about it and then make a decision on that. Do you want to be heard?
Me?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but I think we just need to be specific about what data, exactly what you want.
Okay. Medical officer. Are you available?
So I'm only available on the 8th. I'm not available on the 7th or the 9th. And the only thing that we would have to have a chat with our managing director about would be around the
Privacy.
Yeah.
Because to get around that, we can do a non-publication order so it doesn't get out of.
Yeah, so we just have to have that discussion with.
Okay. Specifically, what information were you thinking?
I think I was just trying to engage the quantity and seriousness of the harm, the scale of it, rather than, clearly I don't want individual names and lists. But I just wonder whether we need to have a bit more of a chat about this.
Yes, well, we can have a chat about that.
Now.
No. Is that all right?
Yeah.
We'll have a talk about that.
Okay.
And we'll let the parties know that. Okay. In terms of the next witness, we haven't heard. Dr. Hewison, would this be a good time for you to do your opening?
If you want, or if you want a break.
Yeah, or does everyone want a break, or you just want to get on with it?
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up? No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's right. I have a version.
Yeah,
But I haven't prepared enough for everything. Want me to, I can put it and then circulate it or.
Yes, well, you can, keep it, and then perhaps you can email it to Ms. Phillips, and she can just circulate to the parties. Thank you. All right, so I don't know whether, since Dr. Hewison has a PDF version of his opening submission that I've asked him to, send it to Ms. Phillips. He'll speak to his submissions now, but, Ms. Phillips will then, once she gets it, she'll just circulate to all the parties, okay? Just when you're ready.
So just converting the web versions. That's good. Oh, thank you, committee. So these are just opening submissions on behalf of Councillor Thompson and Tarawiki. So you have the application before you, you've heard the evidence. I've set out at the beginning of the submissions the broad statutory criteria and relevant case law. Probably a key emphasis just to make there is there's no presumption that a license should be granted. And as I said earlier, what we're dealing with here is a liquor store that closed, was refused a renewal of a license. It has gone. So you have to, in your minds, basically think about there being no liquor store here. Yeah, so we're introducing a new liquor store into Nawton. So the only availability they have of liquor is the Avalon, Dinsdale, that sort of area. So this application is to introduce a new liquor store into Nawton. The Act broadly was brought in under a regime where licenses would be hard to get and easier to lose, but hard to get. We haven't heard the evidence of the applicant, so we're around the kind of a different way of dealing with things, but just to emphasise that when they do give their evidence, they have to put their best foot forward. No doubt, in having hearing, particularly the objectors, they'll be preparing for that. But you need to be very, very satisfied in this community about this applicant, their application, and all of the other issues. Of importance too is the now interplay between sections 3 and 4 of the Act. Section 3, the object of the Act, and section 4, the purpose of the Act, or it might be the other way around. but essentially that interplay between those two sections. And in particular, the emphasis the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court had on the purpose of the Act, which is that this regime be for the benefit of the community as a whole. In the councillor's submissions, in terms of the applicant, there are doubts as to the suitability of this applicant. They've had issues in terms of the renewal of their licence at Superliquor Heaphy Terrace. They've had issues in terms of the temporary authorities and history of Superliquor Beta. And no doubt you'll hear more of that from the agencies. But this applicant is not without opposition from the agencies. And that's quite telling in terms of applications. Just moving to objections. So this application received 91 objections from members of the public. I think that's pretty close to the maximum that Hamilton's had in the past. There have been other brand new liquor store applications made in the past that have also received significant number of objections. Those applications, or the one in particular I'm thinking about, was withdrawn. And again, I think you'll probably hear some of that material from the agencies in terms of the detail. The objectors included a number of key stakeholders in the local community, particularly Fraser High School, but you've also received now evidence from a number of key stakeholders for that community and the broader community, and those that provide services in this community or in that kind of slightly wider community. Now, just turning to the issue of the kind of involvement of communities against alcohol harm, and the job form and those processes, I just want to refer you to section 1022 of the Act. So 1022 is the section that talks about an objection. And it simply says an objection must be in writing. And then it must be filed with the licensing committee within 25 working days. It says nothing more. So the criticisms that have come about how the community has been informed of this application, how there's been collaboration between a whole range of different parties because of the concern, and there have been sharing of information, ideas, templates, ways to make an application, an objection. Now, one of the difficulties for communities and objections is the grounds under which you make an objection have to link to section 105. And it's important they link to that, because otherwise you can't really treat them with the weight they should be. So it's important, just as it's important to applicants to have agents and lawyers and networks and franchises and all the other support they get in making their applications. In my submission, it's also valuable for community organisations and individuals to have support in making their objections in the proper way, with the proper information that gives you a sense of what the issues are. Now, to add to that, the High Court in Utikere and I.S. Dillon, so this is an important High Court case in alcohol licensing law, 2014 decision. Essentially, the High Court said there is no reason why an objector could not make a cogent, self-sustaining written objection which would carry weight. And I take it from that the High Court back in 2014 was saying, as long as the submission is written, which is the statutory requirement, as long as it's cogent, I can understand what's being said, as long as it's self-sustaining, that it stands on its own legs, then it should carry weight. Yeah? But not only should it carry weight in terms of them being able to participate in this process, but those 81 objectors, the ones that didn't appear today, what the High Court is saying essentially is you should give those weight. And so it's incumbent upon you to look through what was said, the concerns that were raised, and all of those objections, and a number of them are quite unique. The jot form provides for a unique bit of submission. It requires someone to actively engage with that mechanism, tell you what the concerns are generally, but it also provides for you to receive information that's quite unique to that person, and it must come from that person. So in my submission, you can rely on Utikere in terms of that mechanism being used. But further to that, and probably more important than almost anything else, is the changes that Parliament made through the Community Participation Bill, or the Amendment Act, were designed for community participation. Kelly Allen, in introducing the bill, said she was really concerned that the community voice was not being heard in these processes. She was really concerned the Act wasn't working and wasn't effective in reducing harm. And the Act, by that point, had been in place almost 10 years. So we had Parliament make a really specific amendment that also took away the appeals of LAPs, which had also been a barrier to the community voice being heard. But more importantly, in this space, in the district licensing space, it took away standing so that the community could voice their concerns. And in my view, I think you need to also think very hard about that community participation legislation and the reasons for it in terms of this kind of criticism of communities collaborating, having support, writing objections in the right way, being provided with material that they can use, and making objections that are cogent. So I think you should treat all of those objections appropriately, and they should all be given weight. And certainly the people that came and then gave evidence at this hearing. I also wanted to add that you've heard from a number of Māori today. And that bill, when it was reported back, so the community participation bill, when it was reported back, included in it a change to recognise tikanga Māori. And the Justice Committee, in reporting back, acknowledged the role of tangata whenua and the importance of tikanga Māori in protecting local communities from alcohol-based harm. They recognised that tikanga Māori is at the heart of New Zealand's common law. It's the system we all work under. And in my submission, Section 102 should be interpreted to allow for individuals and organisations, particularly those who are Māori, to exercise tikanga to protect their communities from alcohol-based harm. So you should absolutely hear. I just want to now turn to another issue before you, which is this question of extended suitability. So the way in which applications for licenses are treated, one of the key criteria is suitability. But there's case law, particularly the Shady Lady set of decisions. So a decision at a Hutt DLC, then up to Ala, and then up to the High Court. And I'm kind of emphasising High Court decisions because those are the ones that you should look at the closest. That's where the key judicial decision makers are really setting out the law. Look above that, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court have dealt with alcohol cases from time to time, but it's those High Court decisions that are really valuable in that sense. I just wanted to also remind you that in the previous Smugglers Nawton case, so we have the refusal of that license. That was, this DLC refused that license. It was then appealed to Ala, and Ala upheld the refusal of that DLC license. The DLC came to a view that the vulnerability of this community, the same community in Nawton, and not so long ago, was vulnerable, and that the extended suitability test should apply. That was upheld by Ala. So we have this DLC and Ala both confirming that this community is vulnerable, based on pretty much the same sort of sets of broad facts. Though I would have to say that today you have heard a lot more evidence than was presented at that hearing. So you've got the benefit now of hearing a lot more of the objectors and a lot more of the evidence over the last couple of days than that hearing had. Yet that hearing came to a view that the vulnerability of this community was such that the extended suitability test should apply. Now, I've taken the trouble, and I'm not going to try and labour this in these oral submissions, but I do want you to consider this carefully in considering that test, because sometimes this sort of just gets a little bit lost in the process. So if you look at the facts of Shady Lady, that the DLC appealed to Ala, appealed to High Court, and you compare them with the facts that you had before you in Nawton. So what we were talking about in Shady Lady was the commercial area of Hutt Central. So imagine that this was a liquor store license closer to the CBD area of Hamilton. That's the kind of area that the Shady Lady decision related to. So this is different. This is a small, or maybe mid-sized commercial area in a residential area, surrounded by a residential area. A really, in my view, different factual matrix. The proposed location at 1 Rutherford Street, Lower Hutt, was not deprived. That location was much larger. My recollection, it was around 5, 6 deprivation levels in and around that particular location. In that case, there was reliance on the suburbs of Nainai and Kaita, which were some distance away, to say there was high deprivation in the area, such that the extended suitability test applied. Here it's really different. We have this location, deprivation level 10, where the store is to be located. Now, we've heard, questions around, well, what's around this area and other areas of lower deprivation? There are, but this area where it's to be located is deprivation level 10, very different to the hut situation. The applicant owned a number of liquor stores in the lower hut case, and so we have the same sort of thing here. Not too different. The conditions were offered in both, undertakings were offered in both, particularly around RTDs and those sorts of products and advertising outside the store, so not too much different. Public notification and Shady Lane resulted in 10 objections. 10. Here you have 81. The number of objectors that attended the hearing were 3. And their evidence, when you read particularly the first DLC decision, was very light compared to the evidence that you've received over the last day and a half. It was about issues relating to people drinking at the river kind of proximity, some of the sensitive sites in proximity, general kind of high level information about alcohol related harm, but nothing like the level of detail that you've heard from people over the last day and a half. That case was also very different from the one you're dealing with here, because it was a new liquor store going into an area where there'd never been a liquor store before. What you have in terms of amenity and good order is a significant advantage in that you can consider, and here you've heard evidence of what it was like before, when there were 2 alcohol premises in the mall, when there's been none, and then, look, we'll see what happens next. But you can definitely see, and I'd say you've heard the submissions, sorry, the evidence today of there being quite a difference about that. Shady Lady never had that opportunity. So it's something quite unique to this particular case. In terms of sensitive sites, again, sort of similar sensitive sites. There's a birthing centre close to Shady Lady, not quite built yet, but on its way. There was an early childhood centre, medical centre, retirement village. We have here school, the Fraser High, a number of schools, a number of other sensitive sites. So not, a little bit different, but not too different. Probably the other, a rather really important thing is the only opposition came from the medical officer of health. Neither the police nor the inspector opposed Shady Lady. All 3 agencies are opposed here. Quite a significant difference. So my submission, I'd really encourage you to read those cases. They're ones that if you haven't read them before, they are really enlightening in terms of how this kind of case law works, and some really important to this case. So in Shady Lady, where I would say you've got a situation that was probably much less of concern than the one you have here in Nawton, ALA reversed the decision of the DLC and refused that license, but the High Court upheld that. I'd really encourage you to read that and consider here, in my view and my client's view, this is a situation where you really do need to turn down this license. When you think about how the case law should guide you. Yeah, that's my job as a lawyer. The other important aspect of that High Court decision in Shady Lady is where that extended suitability threshold applies, then the engagement that an applicant must have with the community is also really important. And the High Court basically said that talking to some of the people in the community was not sufficient. There needed to be really genuine engagement. And as was said today, look, a community hui could have been self-organised. Criticising Councillor Tauriki for not organising a community hui, I think is a real stretch. There's a Western Community Centre right there, could have been hired, community invited, hear the views of the community and go, right, okay, well, I'm going to proceed with this application, or maybe I need to think about it, yeah. So again, that High Court decision essentially said that lack of community engagement was such that that was just on that, you can turn down a licence. I mean, it's in good order. I haven't gone into a lot of detail about that because we've heard, in a sense, a lot of information. And in closing submissions, I want to try and bring more of that to your attention. But basically, as I said earlier, you had the situation where there were 2 liquor off licenses. Now there are none, and this strong evidence coming through from a number of objectors that there's now a very different feel and vibe and safety and kind of community coming back from having had 2 liquor outlets in that mall area. On conditions, the key decision on that is Dallas and Karikari Charitable Trust, again a High Court decision. Basically, the High Court took a view that the overriding question is, does this application, is it going to be consistent with the Act to grant this application? That's kind of the overriding thing that you need to consider. They did say that in some circumstances, offering and having conditions on a license could kind of get you to the object of the Act. They didn't quite, in my view, quite go that far. So said, look, the object of the Act still is an overriding, an important aspect of this, but conditions will, bring us along the way. What they did say, and I think was high in their mind, is they have to be significant concessions, significant conditions. What we've seen are the kind of standard conditions that have been accepted by existing liquor stores across Hamilton. And that's like a start. But the High Court really was focused on things like hours of operation. If you're going to be serious about offering conditions, then you need to go to something pretty serious to get to the object of the Act. And again, in that case, the deprivation and other things surrounding that were nothing like the concerns they have in Auckland. So in my client's submission, the conditions just haven't got you to that object of the Act position. And in terms of the object of the Act overall, again, my client's position is this application just doesn't get you to the object of the Act. In terms of the purpose of the Act, particularly for Councillor Tauriki, just again, the Court of Appeal decision, it's in regard to the Auckland LAPs, but the Court of Appeal went this far and said that this Act, new Act they called it, signals a new community-orientated approach, incorporating both the purpose and object. And the key purpose, they said, is to put in place for the benefit of the community as a whole, a new system of control. There has been a decision in Auckland where, in Portage Licensing Trust's decision, where that community, the benefit of the community, the benefit of an application to the community as a whole was considered almost a kind of a definitive point in the decision making. And that decision decided no. In Glen Eden, which is a very, very deprived community in Auckland, probably not too dissimilar in some ways to Nawton, that this application for a new off license in that area wouldn't benefit the community as a whole. But we're in a bit of new territory, and I accept that. What Councillor Tauriki would say is, when you're in new territory and you need to interpret what some case law means, then a key document you must go to is the Te Reti, is the Treaty Waitangi. There's a decision of Ala in Flaxmere that says that the treaty is not section of the Act, so it's not one of these sections like in the local government front of the Sunners Bay outbreak. So we can't kind of use that as a means of considering the concerns for Māori that way. But they said where you have some new case law or new statutory provisions to consider, then the treaty can be used as an extrinsic aid. So the way you interpret it, what does to the benefit of the community as a whole mean? What does the purpose of the Act mean? Then you can go to Te Tiriti of Waitangi in terms of understanding, using that as an aid to interpretation. And of course, one of the key principles of Te Tiriti is active protection and consultation with Māori. And in Councillor Taraki's submission, while there was some emails that he might have received, the kind of expectation of engagement and consultation with Māori needs to be more than that. And when you think about, does this application benefit the Māori community that reside in this Nawton area, then the submission is that it doesn't. And it doesn't for the wider community of people that live in this area. So thank you for your time. I know it's very late in the day. Councillor Thompson and Tareki are opposed to the grant of this licence, and it asks you to decline it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hilton. All right, so that brings us to the end of today, unless we've got a witness waiting on the Zoom call. No, so yeah. All right. We will have a talk about whether we need any further information, and we'll issue something to the party to let you know. In terms of going forward, I understand that there's to be evidence filed by all parties coming up. Is that right? If any of the parties need any directions or intervention from the municipal, please let us know. But I'm just assuming everyone will just file their evidence and it will turn up to the hearing on the 7th.
So I'll bring a matter up. The lead inspector has asked if she can have a bit of extra time because she's been on bereavement leave all week. She could have another week.
Right. Okay. Can you put that in writing so we can have
I think it is. I think it might have gone through to Kieran. Is Ashley sent you through something for an extension? Okay, we'll get it through in the next 24 hours or sooner.
Well, I'm just conscious that it's a really tight turnaround, and of course I've got a whole lot of scheduling.
So when we get something, we'll send it to you for your comments. It may be that you might need some at the time.
Yeah, and let's see it, and then I'll see how we can make it work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm conscious that obviously I accept it's a valid reason.
Yeah.
It's just we're under such tight timeframes. It's just trying to work out.
Yes.
Make sure that the applicant can get its evidence organised.
Maybe even a couple of days to get through to Tuesday.
Yeah, well, look, once we get something through, we'll have a think about it. We'll send it to all parties for your views, as always, and then we will make a decision.
Oh, sorry, on that, I'm pretty sure we've only got a week turnaround.
Yeah, I think it was a week, yeah.
Yeah, so theirs is due this Friday and ours is due next Friday.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's not a lot of time to then put extensions in. Just in terms of, there will obviously be an agenda circulated for the next 3 days.
Yes, so once we know all the witnesses and the evidence, then we'll put together an agenda.
Okay, so in terms of time frame, I mean, is your expectation, I mean, Dr. Hewson just gave a 20-minute opening.
Yes.
Is the expectation that we would all do an opening to that extent? It just, if we're all doing one at that length?
Entirely up to you.
Okay, because it's just going to blow out the scheduling completely. My intention wasn't to, because I see that as you deal with it and it's closing submission.
Well, what we can do is we can go around to and ask all parties whether they're going to do an opening, and then we'll make sure we'll have an allowance for timing. But if everyone says no, we don't need to do an opening, then we can just get straight into it.
Okay, and then would the intention be to do closing submissions following the evidence hearing or at the hearing, just so that we know if we need. Following the hearing. Okay, thank you.
Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of evidence, and so everyone will need to
so just so that we're all, otherwise we've got to start.
No, fair enough.
2 weeks too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all right, everyone. Thank you.
Was there any indication of when you wanted the parties to speak in over the 3 days? So is the applicant going on the sort of last day or the last half?
So the applicant will be going first.
Okay, so I just
and then-
need to indicate that I'm not available that day.
Right,
So my preference would be for the one or two of the agencies to go first and the applicant to go on, say, the second day.
right, okay. What do the agencies? Because normally the applicant goes first.
Yeah.
Yes, normally.
And the
I'm
dates
very
are
conscious
set,
that
right?
Dr. Wilson has had a lot to do with the case to date. If you can't be at I mean, there's going to be critical questions that I'm sure that he will have to the applicant, as we all will. And if he's not given that opportunity, then that becomes a problem. Quite a serious problem, because it's not natural justice. He's representing the objectors and he doesn't have an opportunity to question the applicant at the time.
Yes, but we've also set the date.
Yeah, but
Not
not, yeah, I know, but not the order.
Well, I mean, the order, I mean, you should already know that the order is usually the applicant
Well,
goes
it's
first.
usually the applicant first and then everyone else.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean, the reason why we've got it the way around is so that we can get the objectors out of the way, so that we can hear the report evidence from the agencies and the applicant.
well, I'll leave it in your hands, sir, but yeah, my, as I said, my preference would be to have that opportunity. So.
Yes, no, yeah. What about Mr. Buckley?
Yeah, I certainly there are other people that I can call on, but they're probably not as familiar with
Yes.
with these issues that I am. So.
And what,
Yeah, I'll just let you know. That's, I mean, I'm not pressuring you to change the order, but
Yes.
that's my situation. My
it's
preference.
my practice to send out an agenda so that everyone can just have a look at it first and then give any feedback. And then if we need to make a decision on that, we will. But what's your view?
I was expecting that we're going first.
Yeah.
I can discuss that.
Yeah.
We can work it out when we see what the proposal is, if it's going to change to the end. If we're going last, it has to be all the agencies and then that.
Yeah.
We're not going some and then us and then some, like, it's got to be a systematic. So my view would be it's either all the agencies and then the applicant, or the applicant and then the agencies, I
Okay,
suppose.
well, can we just leave it to the applicant and the agencies and the objectors to see whether there's any consensus around that? And then if you can agree to an order, then send it through to us and we can look at it and put it into an agenda. But if there's no agreement, then we'll need to make a decision on that. But at this stage, the expectation is that the applicant will go first, then the agency. So we would normally have the inspector for those in the metaphors. Okay. Any other matters?
No.
Again, you're more than welcome to appear by ABL if you need to.
Yeah, no, it's really tricky.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
But let's just see whether there can be some agreement between the parties first and then go from there. But I'll need to get something from the inspector about that. And then once you get that, can you just forward it to all the parties for their views?
Yeah. So it might be worth starting with the agencies, and if they're clear about what they're happy with, then I can either agree or we'll just say that that's what they want to do and leave them. Yeah. So if they can come back to me with their preference first, and then we can, if we're all in agreement, we can put that to the applicant.
Okay. All right. Any other matters? No. All right. Well, look, thank you everyone for the last 2 days. It's been a lot of evidence. Hopefully, everyone's been able to digest all that. But if you need any further time to file evidence, and I understand the inspector may need that, just send it through and we'll see what we can do. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.